Direct, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. You guys, what a week. What an insane 48 hours. Um I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy to that Direct has uh what did I reached out to you the day that how Puthoff um did his Joe Rogan interview, and he dropped a line which we'll get to later on, and I remember being like, "Direct, I got to ask you about this."
Yeah.
Which
Well,
inspired this space.
yeah. No, and thank you for reaching out. Thank you for hosting. Darren, see, I told you one day we would end up in a space just naturally to converse, and here it is. Thank you for co-hosting. And then Ursula, thanks for co-hosting. And then I see a whole bunch of friends and familiar faces and a couple of remote viewers there. Margie, hello. So yeah, whenever you want to get the groove going, Sarah, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, if you could just hold off for a little bit. I'm going to wait to bring people up to the stage just to get us rolling with Direct. I'd love to just, you know, well, first of all, so like I said, this week has been insanity. The UFO community, obviously, there couldn't be more than well, enough spaces talking about all of the things that have ensued. Really, I want to dial this space down to exactly what we can do here, which is talk UFOs, talk remote viewing. Let's talk about what we're not supposed to talk about. All, of course, under Direct's supervision of what he feels comfortable talking about. And then we'll break it down and go from there. I think that the more spaces that are held in this sense, where we are just talking about information, sharing information, parsing information out, going forward, is the most important thing for this community. Chris, your speakers on. Is the most important thing.
Yeah, there's owl. I was trying to get the owl
Chris,
on.
I'm just gonna drop you down for right now, and I'll bring you back up um
No, no, no.
when we go back, because I wanted it just to be us for right now, and then I was gonna bring speakers up, and then we'll go from there. Um, but what I want to say is really important is that we hold as many UFO spaces centered around UFO stuff. Um, and Yeah, that's like really important, and I wanted to get that out. So that being said, Direct. Let's make this one of the best banger UFO spaces we can at this moment. So please enlighten us. Tell us about you, what you feel comfortable telling us about. Introduce yourself.
Okay, first thing I'm going to do is hand the supervisory torch right back to you. So for everybody, Sarah's the boss here, and she's going to direct that with her co-host. And Sarah and I did some, back channel talking, and so our goal here is let's, bring things down to room temperature. And there's nothing I have any hesitation about talking about. Challenges, doubts, whatever, are all fine. Um, so, in regard to me, just it's going to be a short summary, and I'm just going to do some time hopping. So basically, starting 50 years ago when I was a teenager, I kind of didn't really care much for planet Earth, and in that mindset, I would kind of felt like here I am on a ball of dirt in the middle of space, surrounded by people that seem to be really focused on blowing each other to smithereens, no conscious memory of where I came from, and no clear roadmap to where I was going. So that perplexed me. And fortuity brought it about where I ended up living with my uncle, and he was very, very much into the New Age movement 1.0, which was in the realm of 1974 and 1975. And he was a professional therapist, along those new agey kind of lines. And then all of his friends were professionals, dentists, doctors, professors, that kind of thing. And so I was really, really fortunate to be surrounded by people like that who were always talking about consciousness and speculating on this, that, and the other. So I started immediately with going with them to retreats like with Ram Dass and other kinds of things. They all had incredible libraries, and they were really super receptive to, you know, a teenage kid hanging around with them. And from that, I started really getting interested and getting hope that there is some possibility of figuring out, you know, how I ended up here, and then maybe some way to find the path out. So fast forward to like when I was 19 in the military, I read a book that had a powerful impact on me by Richard Bach called Illusions, Adventures of a Reluctant Messiah. So at that time, I was in the barracks of a military base, and I raised the book to the ceiling and said, I want to be enlightened no matter what the cost. And in retrospect, I'm not really sure I would do that again. And all these years later, I would not even remotely declare myself enlightened. But I can tell you that the things I've learned along the path have actually, in certain ways, exceeded what my expectations were at that time. Now we're going to jump way forward to 2010, when I was just scrolling the internet and found the term remote viewing on that conspiracy website, Jeff Rents. That was back then, they still had the blinking HTML banners. And so I clicked on it and read a little bit about it. And I said, wow, I mean, what is this? And I have to, you know, find out. So I contacted one instructor, and at that time, it was a little too expensive, and they were also booked out. And then I found Ed Dames, and he had a course starting in a few months, and it was affordable, and I decided then to jump in. So I did, and what I found was I wasn't what they call in sports a phenom, okay? I was not fast out of the gate. But when I got back home, I started working with some friends that wanted to do it. So they had watched the DVD that was reflective of the weekend course that I took. One of them is my wife now, and then the other is still a very, very dear friend. And they both took off out of the gate like so good that it was very disheartening, actually, for me in a certain way. But at the same time, it convinced me of the veracity of this working, because since I was the one putting forth the targets, I knew that they didn't know. And then I saw the work they did, and it was incredible. So I stepped out of practical application and into study. And there I became pretty much heavily focused on Ingo Swann. And I read everything, watched everything, you know, possible for 6 years. And then all of a sudden, for some reason in 2017-ish, I just got this impression: finish what you started, go back and learn remote viewing. So the instructor I had originally contacted, I contacted again. They did have openings, and I was in a different situation where I could afford it. So I started remote viewing training with Paul H. Smith and the people around him who were also former Stargate members. So I was graduated and certified basic, intermediate, advanced, and then operational remote viewing, which was to learn how to become a project manager. And then I worked professionally for a couple of remote viewing operations, did a couple of contracts for a couple of other like single type deals, and had success. So as I say to everybody, I was not a world-class remote viewer. Like everybody, I had occasional sessions that were so spot on, It was hard for me to believe. I had plenty of crash and burns, but when I worked operationally, I had enough data to contribute to the collective of a team that was accurate, and that was quite an experience. At a certain point, I stepped out of the traditional primary remote viewing community for personal reasons. For the most part, I no longer do sessions or work operationally because remote viewing has basically become a lifestyle, and I can explain more about that later. So most recently, then I got into spaces. I was excited when I saw, that there was remote viewing conversation. And over, I don't know how long it is, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, however long I've been participating in spaces, I've learned one thing in that it's very intense, obviously, emotionally energized, full of wildly conflicting ideas, some of which, you could say are irreconcilable. So my goal going forward, and I like to always state my intent clearly, and why I'm doing this and the other spaces I hang out in with new friends and everything, is behind all of that is the perceiver. The perceiver is me, it's you, it's us, it's everybody here. And so no matter what kind of chaos or ideas or arguments are going on, if we can learn to clarify our perception, the rest of that will solve itself. And actually ongoing with that uh, clarification of our perception would be the enhancement of our communication. So in theory, if we were able to see things closer to how they actually are, then we could start to make actionable decisions to make things better. And then if we can communicate, and by communicate, I mean literally listen, hear, and do everything you can to understand the other point of view. And then when you articulate your point of view, do it in such a way that it doesn't trap or alienate people from each other. And if we systematically, over a long period of time, in large enough numbers, work together to clarify perception and communicate, that to me is the path out. So if you're trying to prove this person's a good person, or if you're trying to prove that this theory is true, or if we're waiting for the government, I don't care about any of that anymore. The experiences I've had are falling in the category of knowing. So you couldn't possibly even convince me otherwise from some very intense, very real, and somewhat, that could be substantiated, events that I've experienced. And there's many people here that fall in that category. Some outspoken, others probably still holding it all in. So with that said, that's where we're at today. And I hope, people feel welcome to jump in. Don't hesitate on your questions. And, even if you want to challenge or have doubt or something, because these things, they warrant skepticism, even though I'm called a believer and a nutty person or whatever it is. I'm as much of a skeptic as skeptics, and the hardest skepticism I've applied to myself. So with that said, Sarah, if everybody's still awake, why don't you fire off, or if Urs or Darren has a question. So however you want it to go, make it go, and I'll ride along.
Amazing. Amazing. I do. I think that we're going to hit all the different topics. I do have a question. I want to actually bring up my original, which was a post that I had made on Thursday when I was watching Hal Puthoff. Um, in his interview with Rogan, he said something to me that sounded, uh, it just, it tickled me in a way that was like, write this down immediately. And it was actually the first thing that I wrote down in my notebook when I was watching it throughout the entire thing. I didn't find anything else important until this moment. And so what he had stated was that I assume it's his bosses that tell him this. You guys, don't you ever think about remote viewing yourself? We learned in the LSD days that if the experimenters get involved in the subject they're researching, they lose their objectivity. And don't think you can sneak away and get away with it because we'll get you on the polygraph. So this was like a shocker to me. And as I've openly been talking about, I have been interested in understanding why things are slowly pointing towards a time travel element. Like, why is that a psyop, or is this something that someone's pushing in the background to keep our minds on something else? Is there truth to this? Immediately I hear this, and one of my few things of of research has pointed me towards the possibility that there are three ways of if time travel is real. I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never experienced it. One of them could be remote viewing. One of them could be these portals that have been talked about by a bunch of people. And one of them could be the technology that Jack Sarfati is saying he can, not the technology, but that he has mathematically confirmed this in some way. So I'd like to turn this to you really quick. I want to say, buddy, I see you there, and I'm going to bring you guys up. I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to let Urs and Darren ask a question, and then we're going to bring people up, and we're going to have a full out, amazing conversation with Direct. So just hold on tight. Go ahead, Direct.
Okay, first thing, Sarah, if you don't mind, and I'm going to ask him, Daz, would you mind taking a microphone? Because I think what would be really useful is, you have perspectives I haven't developed yet. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, because that way, I could say, hey, what do you think? If that's cool with you, raise your hand. Uh-oh. All right. I'll sit down.
Sometimes it takes a few seconds for them to hear, but also I did give him the speaker. If Daz, if you feel like it, please come up.
Oh, there's a thumbs up.
Yeah, he's got a thumbs up. He's got a thumbs up. Let's bring up Daz.
Yeah, and the reason I'm doing this, Sarah, Daz was a big influence on me in certain ways. He's been at this a lot longer. He's been running, projects significantly more than I ever did. And he's also developed connections and reputations with literally every famous person involved in remote viewing. So I like the conversation dialogue aspect of it. And so if Daz pops up as a speaker, that'd be great. So to answer your question, yeah, that is a very fascinating thing to say. Now, in terms of remote viewing yourself, I've heard various stories. The couple of things that I'm aware of that I don't think should be done, people have been tasked with remote viewing your own death. There was some people wanting to, task people with remote viewing their past life. So there's things there that can set things in motion, be traumatic, otherwise, not good effects or results or any benefits to anybody. Now, what Hal meant specifically, I don't know. But in terms of time travel, this is what I'll say, and this is not going to be a satisfying answer. After exasperating myself and trying to get a hold of what the fuck is time, I basically quit and I surrendered to the fact that when I get up, walk across the room, I'm in a different location and I'm in a different time when I get to the other side of the room, which is something we don't think about. We talk about beings being interdimensional, but our physical bodies are operating simultaneously in 3 dimensions. And then time is an imaginary or supposed fourth. And then for me to be able to perceive 4 dimensions, I consider it very possible that we could be operating from a 5th in the same way that beings can see us, but we can't see them as readily. So they're operating from something outside of our perceptual band, at least associated with the body. So for us to see all of this and interact and operate our body, we too are interdimensional, at least to some degree. So when it comes to the big mystery of time, the only thing I can speak of from direct experience is this. In my remote viewing experience and what I've seen with people I've trained and what I've seen with remote viewing groups that I've worked with, is that the present is well, easy isn't the right word, but I'll use it anyway. The present is easy to view, and the past is as easy as the present. Future viewing seems to be in proximity to the viewer and the time space they're operating in, that the further out you go, the more likely it is that inaccuracies will enter in. So the analogy I like for that, and I'm really into analogies, by the way, so bear with me. But if you and I went to the top of a asphalt bumpy road and had a tennis ball and we released it from our hand, we would know exactly where that ball is, a quarter of an inch, 2 inches, but then maybe it hits a little, bump, kind of turns a little. And at a certain point, by the time that ball gets to the bottom of the hill, we may not have any ability to predict where it is. So I assume that there's some element of free will involved in the physical universe, time space that we're operating in. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. I mean, this whole conversation would just be atoms and molecules bouncing around, causing blah, 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 and none of it would make sense. So the way I've come to grips with free will is an analogy that I really like, is if you're going to leave Los Angeles on a cruise liner and the destination is absolutely 100% Hawaii, and you will arrive in Hawaii, but while you're on board, you could play shuffleboard, sit by the pool, go to the bar, hit the buffet, dance, listen to music, whatever. So somehow in the big picture, there is a sense of predetermination, but in the micro, we do have free will. We have choices. Maybe you could even jump off the ship. I don't know. So as far as time travel, that would be a matter of definition. So one session that impacted me very, very heavily was I was given a tasking of a person who was a French resistance fighter liberating people from Nazis. And it tuned into a moment in their life where they had been captured and were in a concentration camp. And I feel the emotion and I feel the goosebumps now. And it's the only time in remote viewing this happened to me, was I heard audibly with crystal clarity the jackboots of the guard going up and down through the bunk room um, at night. And I had a perception position basically underneath the old, like, World War II metal bunk beds that this individual was in, and I could see the wood floor. I could smell, but I felt I felt the hopelessness and the fear. And so in that sense, did I time travel? I don't know. Did I go to an information storage place like the so-called Akashic records, and the information stored there can be revivified into like an actual experience? I can't say. Those things, get outside of my pay grade. So other past viewings have brought about similar results, that one in particular. I think just because the situation itself was so charged with energy and emotion, it came through more clearly to me. But that is really all I can say on time. I was mystified by it. Are there timelines? I've never experienced anything like that. Um, is time simultaneous? I don't know. But I'll wrap up my talk on that. And Daz, if you have anything to offer on uh, Sarah's question regarding time, feel free to jump in.
Hi everyone. No, uh, I don't have anything extra to add. Really, it's I concur with what you said. The present and past is very accessible to remote viewers. We get very accurate data on that, but the future seems to, for some reason, be quite a bit more fluid. And the farther out we get, as you said, the less accurate we become, unless the event we're looking at is particularly luminescent, and probably luminescent in the means of it being an event that has what we call high entropy. So there's lots of change, lots of energy, lots of emotion. Those events seem to very much attract a remote viewer, and allow them an added accuracy level when looking at future events. But on the whole, future events are very, very hit and miss. Most remote viewers I know only have a floating average on future events of 60 to 65% accuracy.
So why do you think okay, so we're sitting here, Hal Puthoff doesn't go into very many. I want to ask it this way, I guess. Hal Puthoff doesn't talk formally with anyone. So here he is, he's accepted Joe Rogan. He's talking about remote viewing, and for some reason he brings this up. He says my superiors, they said don't ever remote view yourself. We'll know if you do. Why are his superiors threatening him basically, and the people that are remote viewers, not to remote view themselves? What's your insight on that?
Yeah, I did hear that yesterday, and it intrigued me when I heard him say that. I don't know what the answer on that might be. Lots of remote viewers I know do remote view themselves and their circumstances, to find jobs and find future spouses, that type of scenario, and it seems to work pretty well. I personally have never remote viewed myself because I don't know. I think there's a lot more amazing things in the universe, more interesting than my life. So I've just never done it. But yeah, I also found that very intriguing. It was almost like it was a warning. Maybe because it might, if he did that, it might give him a head start on some information up front, some pathways he could be looking at, up front as a bit of a precursor information. I don't really know why he said it, but it was interesting.
It was interesting. Thank you. Um, Earth, I'm going to go to you. I'll throw it to you, and then I'll throw it to Darren, and then let's bring some people up here and let's converse. I'd love to touch on Scientology. I would love to touch more on the current state of remote viewing. So let's do this. Go ahead, Earth.
Hey everyone. Hey Sarah, thank you for asking me to be co-host. Hey Darren, hey Daz, hey Direct. I was gonna ask you Direct, when did you know that you were possibly clairvoyant? And did you always did you know you were different? Like did you have precog? Did you have anything that came true in your life? And also with remote viewing, how old do you think it is? I know that the native people, indigenous people, also do a sort of remote viewing, but it's called something different. Like even within my own tribe, medicine men and healers do remote viewing of sorts. So I was thinking, what is your perspective on how old is this thing? Do you think it was always here with humans?
Okay, yeah, I'll answer that one first. Ingo Swann, in his original International Remote Viewing Association presentation in 2001, traced remote viewing back through Patanjali's Yoga Sutras to the most ancient literature, um, as far as Sanskrit and what. And I'm not a linguist, so if I make a mistake here, you can either correct me or just forgive me. Um, so back to this long oral tradition, and then Sanskrit was put into. It was originally like sounds, then symbols, then letters, and so how long the oral tradition part was, we don't know. But when Patanjali wrote the Yoga Sutras, he referred to a city, a Hindu city, as Siddhi, which we would translate as spiritual ability. And these things naturally arose when a person was seeking realization. So if you put realization on the top floor, each of these things was like floors on a in a high rise. So believe it or not, the one we're going to talk about, it was called traveling clairvoyance, which technically could be translated as clear seeing at a distance. It was the bottom floor. It was just the start. And then as you went up, but the warning was effectively, don't get off the elevator on any of those floors. Let those things come and go. Let them be usable when they're usable, but don't get stuck on them, because that you will not get to the top floor, which is realization and ultimately, what we're calling love. But basically, it's seeing everything as it is and then fully embracing, accepting everyone and everything just as they are. So indigenous peoples of all kinds throughout the entire ancient history, the mystics, like the Sufis in Islam, the Gnostics in Christianity, the Kabbalists in Judaism, indigenous peoples here in North America, also in Australia, they all had some form of it. One could even say that Old Testament prophets were using something like remote viewing to see the future. So that ties into the notion of it's a natural ability for a being. Whether that being is associated with a human body or not doesn't matter. It seems to be intrinsic in beings that have been brought into existence by source. Okay, so I'll answer that was the last part. So the first thing you asked was, when did I realize I was different? I think when my parents and friends would always stare at me with weird expressions. So that's when I realized I was different. No, I'm kidding. But yes, I did. I've had a life full of these kinds of events, some of them basically just unwanted. At a certain point, I just wanted to be normal. And I fought hard and successfully for periods of time to shut down these types of weird things that were happening. And they're not all UFO related. They were, what you would call ghosts and, other beings that, you normally don't expect to see. So probably where that all came to a head for me was I'd worked very, very hard to get into a major city fire department. And about the first week in recruit school, which was a very grueling process, with little sleep, in the middle of the night, I had my cat just hissed and screamed and put all the claws right in my bare chest, leapt off me, ran down the wall, went back into this little storage unit, and went as far back as it could. And I was like, what the? And I'm waking up, and I've got to be on the drill court in 3 hours. I'm like, oh. And so at the foot of my bed was a young person, probably high school age male, who was all torn up. And my first impression, it was a car accident. And they were wanting help. And I still feel bad about this, but I just said, no, I can't help. There's nothing I can do. Leave me alone. And because, like I said, I'd worked so hard. I just wanted to have a normal career, be a normal person, and fit in. And so they kind of dissipated, and that was that. And so for quite a while, I was able to keep that door shut. Now, the only reason I can figure that being maybe had gravitated to me was I was also training in emergency medical skills, and the whole firefighting thing is, rescue, car accidents, all that. So I always wondered if maybe my energy signature or what I was doing at the time drew this lost and troubled young man who I believe died in a car accident to me. So turning them away didn't feel good later. At the moment, it just seemed like a necessity. So then I softened up on all of that. And then by the time I got to remote viewing, I started getting some control over those things. And it's made all the difference in the world to be able to say, turn it on, turn it off, and to build it and develop it under control, and that, you know, is a big part of the remote viewing. Is the primary method at first was controlled remote viewing, or basically controlled perception. So was there a third point, or did that cover it?
Yeah, that covered. I have more questions, but I don't know if Darren has any. Do you want to go next, or is it okay if I ask
I
more
mean,
questions?
if you can ask him another one. I do have one question, and I think Sarah
Okay.
wants to open up the floor.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Darren. Or
No,
Sarah.
no,
Sorry.
ask your one. Ask your one, and then I'll go afterwards.
Okay. Since you're on the topic of ghosts, and have you ever perhaps talked with any of these beings or these ghosts about the afterlife? And have they? I mean, I think that's my question: is have you ever had conversations with them about the afterlife?
Yes, and this will require just a bit of a preface. Okay, so there's another study that I did some traveling, went over to Europe, et cetera, and went through a significant amount of training with an individual who, you know, tends to remain private. And I don't know, they might be over 80 now. But anyways, I would just say it was a significant mentor, and the whole training was involved around the concepts of us having prior biographies. Most people call it past lives. I like the term prior biography. And then significant amount of telepathic training, which focused on, first of all, keeping your cool, developing a benevolent spirit towards whatever being shows up in whatever disposition they show up, so that it's never a freak out, and that it's not a, you know, get thee behind me, Satan kind of thing. So in that, I worked for 9,400 documented hours of working with other people who generally came about disconnecting from unwanted connections. So that process required generally engaging telepathically with them. And then there's a mechanical device, a galvanic skin response, that's used, just kind of a tertiary confirmation that there's actual energy being exchanged back and forth. So the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, I'd like to go to Darren, and then I'm gonna slowly start bringing people up onto the stage, and we'll start using hands. Does that sound all right with you, Direct and Daz, Urs?
Yeah, you the boss.
All right, let's do it. Go ahead, Darren.
Thank you, Sarah. Those are great questions and direct. I'm really grateful that you're here doing this space with us. Got Daz here as well. For me, something happened when you were speaking about remote viewing. Believe it was like during the Holocaust or some war. I picked up on it, and you said that you had this sensory perception of the guards, and in that moment, you know, I really felt like your heart center activated, and it sounded like you literally teared up. And this is something that I've kind of experienced from you and a few people in here. Not everybody, but you've been one of them. So I guess my question is, would you say from your experience that the best remote viewers are the ones who are able to be heart centered? Do you see that connection with that power of the heart and the ability to see into other realms?
There's a yes and no answer to that, and this is one, when I'm done, maybe Daz wants to supplement. So the truth of it is, during the session, I just, you know, outright cried. And my monitor was a former commander of the Stargate unit and an Ingo Swann trained remote viewer, and, you know, what I would call a man's man. Okay, military, hardcore combat, you know, the whole 9 yards. And I was embarrassed and kind of ashamed for just breaking down like that. And then he have me end the session or pause the session, stood up, put his arm around my shoulders, and said, "It happened to us all the time in the unit, and there's no shame in it. The things we viewed sometimes, the crying was the only response." So that empathy, yes, is a good thing. Now, the part of it in remote viewing that's called aesthetic impact. That is the impact emotionally on you that the target is evoking, and you want to dissolve that, believe it or not. And the reason you do is because if you don't, that emotion will become a filter for the rest of your session, and it will most likely steer you wrong. So he taught me how to do what's called an AI break, where he said, just let it out, cry, just sit there till you're done. And then get up, get some fresh air, go get a drink of water, go to the restroom. I did all that. When I came back, I was crystal clear, crystal clear headed, shall I say. So then he gave me a very interesting and first time experience, which is called a movement command. But this movement command was in time. And he said, go to an earlier time in this person's life when they were happy and successful. And boom, like a thunderstorm going away and the sunny day with the rainbow appearing. I was perceiving her probably in her age of 21 to 23 years old, exhilarated, happy, enthusiastic to fight the Nazis, idealistic, dreaming of helping people. And then that emotion, the happiness and what she was feeling before this other event took place. So in certain ways, just like scientists, some remote viewers who are not engaging that much emotionally can sometimes get a clearer view. Now, in general, I find remote viewers are very compassionate, caring people, wanting to find solutions, wanting other people to see what their abilities are. So it's kind of a mixed answer. So the emotion does not benefit the session per se, but the underlying compassion and motives of a remote viewer tend to be in line with what you were talking about. And like I say, if Daz has a supplement to that, jump in.
Hi there. Yeah, great answer, Direct. Yeah, this is a hard one, I guess. I've done tens of thousands of remote viewing sessions, and I think I've probably had an emotional connection on less than 10 of them. I think this is probably down to my personal makeup or my philosophy, maybe, because my philosophy about remote viewing is that I'm just there as a reporter. So I'm very passively connected, just gathering information. So yes, I personally don't get that much of a connection, but I think that's, again, as I said, because my philosophy and my makeup, I'm very interested in people like serial killers and stuff. I did lots of research and study on that in the past, so uh, I may be akin to their way of thinking and stuff as well. But I have had a couple of very emotional sessions. Two of them have been based around Jesus. One of them based around the death of JFK as he was transitioning. They were the most impactful, and a couple, because I did 250 missing person cases, so several of those, especially when it was children involved, did become a little bit emotional. But as a whole, I'm different from a lot of remote viewers in that I can remain detached. Again, I think that's because my philosophy is, I'm just there observing. I'm not there experiencing.
Yeah.
Daz,
I'm sorry.
oh,
Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead.
I want to do a real quick follow up. Do you feel comfortable sharing the experience you had when you remote viewed JFK's transition?
Yeah, sure. For anyone interested, it is a video on YouTube, so you can actually see my blind but live remote viewing on a whiteboard being videoed as I did that. It was a project probably about 10 years ago now for the Farsight Institute and Courtney Brown.
Real quick,
and
Sarah, I'm going to put that in the comments and feed it up to the nest. I got you, Daz.
Thank you, Direct. It was, as I said, I was working the target blind, so I knew that the target involved a life form. Because when we do remote viewing, we try to break things down to be as basic as possible. We try not to identify targets, so we describe targets. So I knew that the target was a life form in a vehicle that was moving, involved in an event where there was also moving energetic projectiles approaching the person. Essentially, I knew it was a person being killed and assassinated. And I wasn't meant to, but I decided to follow ad hoc during the RV session. I decided to follow that person through the death process, and essentially my remote viewing on that 30 minutes remote viewing ended up on the cutting room floor because Courtney Brown wasn't interested in that. He was just interested in who perpetrated the killing and stuff. So we put it out as a separate video. But yeah, I followed JFK at the moment of being killed by the bullets, and it was really strange because I could actually sense and feel the as it would in any human being, the mental noise, all the confusion. So you got the panic, the fear, all these questions rushing through your head of my children, my wife, what they're going to do, how they're going to survive, all this kind of stuff. And then like the flick of a light switch that instantly stopped, and it just went to this absolute beautiful calmness and zen, something I've never experienced in my life here so far. Yeah, it was very strange, so you can imagine a huge amounts of noise, but the noise was mental noise, but you can imagine that as audible noise as well. Then instantly, as a light switch that goes off, all those base faults of fear, what my family can do, my children going to do, instantly dissipate. They're gone, and they're replaced by this spaciousness and growing kind of. I guess the only word I can think of to think of it is it's kind of like a love type feeling. And then I followed and I felt that he was moving through different dimensional kind of thicknesses of this void, and I could see kind of like rough shaped human forms then manifest out of the void, and they came out to meet him, and I think it was family members and friends, but they weren't, I couldn't see them as being 100% physical. They only had like a 95% physical kind of shape. It was very kind of like looking at very shaky life forms where the atoms weren't quite in full place. But he seemed to know who each person was, and they greeted each other. And yeah, he seemed to have a very nice, friendly transformation process. And bear in mind, I don't have any religious leanings either way on life after death, on all this. So that was all. This was quite a shock to me, but yeah, it was a very interesting experience to see through remote viewing eyes.
Thank you.
Can
Thank
I
you for
ask a
sharing that.
question?
And I'm sorry. Let me throw one more thing. And I will say that is my favorite Daz Smith session, and something that when I found out about and watched that, it was very interesting. But the last thing I want to point out, Darren, to your question, and what triggered it was when Daz talked about working the missing person cases. Ingo Swann opted out of that himself. It had too much effect. He said even on his emotion and his body, and that he left that to well, I can't remember the term he used, but it was a good term. More, I think something like stalwart uh, viewers or psychic detectives, and so it is a person-to-person thing. Now, Daz, like he said, I'm a reporter, and the reporter can't get engaged in the scene. And I, after a few experiences, like I described, emotional reactions, I entered into psychic detective training for 6 months separately from remote viewing. and was able to get a little bit about that. But I decided, like Ingo, it just simply wasn't for me. I just felt too much.
I'd love to jump in for a second. It's great to see everybody. I love you guys. I had quite a bit of experience with missing children, and I worked on the Cody Bigsby case. I was asked to work on it, and the results were really heart-wrenching and terrible. And it didn't affect me during the session. It affected me after the session. The cruelty of humans and, the sadness of events. And in general, I think, for me at least, remote viewing works best from my subconscious. And if I get too much in my conscious mind, it will distract me from accuracy. And, cases, oftentimes viewers will say, cases really close to me, or for best friends, if a best friend is asking for money or things like that, money tips, sometimes the closest people to you, you get less accuracy than you normally do, because you bump into a little bit of consciousness as opposed to just doing the process. Let the process work. And I was asked to do a series of locations. I didn't know what they were. I just got one target number. And I, through my kind of viewing of the death process, and found this sort of waiting room where spirits who are not completely dead can visit and interact with others, and they take on general forms, very much from your subconscious, more driven by sight, sound, senses, and non-traditional effects, like the background changes, the person can change, all these things can change, but it seems totally normal to you, like when you're in a dream when those things happen. And I found this weird little waiting room area where people could meet, and it fit a lot of the descriptions, but that could just be my subconscious mind speaking. But they also had me do another one, which is really tricky, do myself. I did a previous, just before this next viewing, they asked me to do a viewing on a person, and it ended up being Hitler, and I had a very good and wildly accurate description of him. Then the second one after that was me, and they didn't tell me. And that kind of got me upset afterwards that they do that, because I don't want to know my future. I want to just experience it. I don't want to know when I'm going to die or different things like that. So, as a viewer, you have to train your clients about how not to give you information and how to give you information. And I love you guys. Love this discussion. It's important.
Thank you for being here with us. I really appreciate that. I want to ask, it was brought to my attention in some posts, and I want to hit on this direct, and then obviously Daz, Buddy, Darren, Urs, chime in here. UAP Juan a day ago says that, hold on, let me see if he's replying to something. He's saying, reminds me of a statement said in a space a few months back, quote unquote, high level government insiders have told me that ET walks among us in the halls of our government and also has the ability to remote control our actions and thoughts. Since we're getting into the nitty gritty, let's get it all out there. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Go ahead, Direct.
Okay. I responded to that post with a quote from Pat Price. And you know what? Rather than paraphrase, give me 1 second here, and I will bring it right up. No.
Take your time.
No, I got it. Here it is.
Cool.
So, all right. So he said, it comes to mind that these people, in quotes, have infiltrated all government in sensitive positions, not to control government, the processes, or the people, but rather to be in positions of power to stop politically any activity that may produce a result that could cause discovery. Now, if you put that with Timothy Taylor's hierarchy of beings that Diana Pasolka has told us about, he has certain factions of the intelligence community above what he called ordinary humans. Ingo had a concept of humans born elsewhere. Again, in Pat Price's descriptions of what he perceived to be underground bases, the base in Australia, Mount Zeal, was the entry point for new recruits. Ingo talked about 4 times he encountered these human-looking people, called them humans born elsewhere, and the way he could pick up on them was that he could feel their very, very strong telepathy, basically penetrating, his psyche. So I myself am a firm believer in the underground bases that Pat Price discussed, and we can go into that more later. But I do believe that we have hybrids, hubrids, humans born elsewhere, whatever you want to call them, um, absolutely walking among us. Now, Pat Price also talked about different factions of them that were had placed themselves in positions of leadership in education, science, politics, religion, and there's a couple of other things. But that that there was a group of them directing us. And then Pat Price again. Let me bring this up one more time. He said. He said Price also reported that the base inhabitants looked like us, Homo sapiens, except for the heart, lungs, blood, and eyes. He reported that the sites, meaning the bases, were highly protected from discovery, mutually supportive, and had very high technology. He also noted that they used thought transfer for motor control of us. So I'm on board with that.
Wow. It really makes it's a window. It's a window into a world that I don't understand, but am making notes and putting pins in it to better understand the overall. Um, yes, we're definitely getting back to those underground bases, but until we do, I just want to hit Daz for any thoughts on that, and then we'll go to Ursula and then Darren.
Yes, this is an interesting subtopic. My thoughts are pretty much in line with Direct on this. The Pat Price stuff is pretty amazing, especially the stuff that we released recently on that. And I know it's a separate subtopic, but I was quite shocked in the recent how Puthoff interview, how he kind of, I don't know, either got 30 years of his life involving Pat Price in underground bases mixed up, or he totally didn't talk about it in some way. But anyway, that's a slightly different topic. Yeah, they're here. Outside of remote viewing, before I found remote viewing, I had many years of communications with non-human entities through psychic development work and channeling that I wrote about. And I encountered good life forms and bad life forms. It's a bit like going into an X space here. Sometimes you're going to meet nice people. Sometimes you're going to meet bad people. It's the same out there. There's so much life interacting with us as humans that it's undescribable. Inside remote viewing, I haven't had so much negativity in the projects I've been tasked against. Most of the projects where I've encountered non-humans, they seem to be cooperative in the way that they allow us to retrieve data. But my 39 years knowledge of UAP subject, I am very concerned in the secrecy levels, what they're doing, human abductions, human mutilations, cattle mutilations, and just the general way that the non-humans are going about their activity with us is in that they do treat us in a way that's not consistent with them being spiritual or them thinking that we're spiritual.
Yes, this would align with Fringe, who is down in the listener section. Hello, Fringe. This aligns with a lot of what she talks about in her spaces. Go ahead, Darren.
Go to Ursula. I'll go after Ursula.
Okay, sure. Yep, go ahead, Urs.
Oh, okay. Um, hey, Direct. Do you think, with how the this particular the remote viewing stuff came about in the 70s, and then we're moving forward to here, there's we know of a Skywatcher recently, And do you think that there's a reason why? And also, in recent years, there seems to be more and more people with these intuitive gifts or clairvoyance coming forward, or it seems like there's more and more people with these abilities, and maybe we've always had them, right? But in the light of like recent events and the so-called the possibility of having contact in the next 10 years, do you think there's a reason why there are more and more people having these abilities? Do you think there's a reason, or do you think it has to do with contact? Do you think they could weaponize people against the possibility of these so-called beings that might be coming officially? Do you think that could be a possibility?
Yeah, that's a very broad category, and within that category, like everything you hinted at, I think has merit for sure. The first part of your question was about how modern remote viewing started.
Yes, that was.
Okay, I'll make it super brief because it is a long story. But bottom line, in 1971, Ingo Swann was at the American Society for Psychical Research in New York. He started out doing these experiments, I think it was for something like $25 a day to survive as an artist. And then his ability shone through to the point that he was able to perceive and influence things like double and sometimes triple blind protocols to the point that word about him spread. So it was in 1971 that the scientist in charge, Dr. Osiris, and another, I can't remember who that one was, Schmeidler, but anyway, they wanted to name these experiments. So Ingo suggested remote sensing, because sensing is all senses are involved. It's not just viewing, not just visual. However, those particular experiments were to go away from body and perceive directly, which produced visuals. So the term remote viewing stuck, and that was coined before SRI. And then because of his reputation and other factors, he came on the radar of SRI, went out, did an experiment that blew everybody's mind. And then they said, okay, we've got to figure out a way to make this trainable, repeatable, and verifiable. And the military, as usual, wanted to use it, effectively as a weapon. Ingo's motives were a little bit different, but then the program got its own momentum, and ultimately, in the end, they took it away from Stargate and Ingo. And Hal admitted this for the first time the other day about other programs. Now, in terms of your question on psionics, is what people are calling psionics some aspect of how the program may have been taken further and darker? I can't say, but it would make sense. And then to your question regarding the people coming forward more and more, I think there's multiple factors there. One, first of all, literally, since remote viewing was effectively declassified in 1995, Daz being one, because he started training right then, tens of thousands of people have trained, understood, and had successful remote viewing. So that's one thing. And I also think in a certain way, and I won't go into this because it's kind of mystical, but basically I think the veil is thinning a little bit. And I think there are more beings coming in with higher levels of ability to answer the problem, that we're facing. So all of those factors combined. And then the last one would be what's called the 100th monkey, where these abilities connect to each other. Remote viewers develop special relationships, connections. It becomes a collective, and the more people that join that collective, the more it spreads, and then other people come in and they discover their ability. So there's a whole synergistic thing going on, I think, from multiple angles. and hopefully that continues, and hopefully the people who are finding that within themselves or developing what they've already known, hopefully they'll come to a unity and a benevolent effect that spreads in that way. Like every person that comes in, that collective gets bigger. And with synergy, and I'll land the plane here, there seems to be an exponential factor. So there's a New Testament quote, where two or more are gathered, anything is possible. So it seems like when two people with these abilities are unified in their intent and how to use them, what happens is instead of 1 + 1 = 2, it's like 1 + 1 = 3 or 1 + 1 = 5. There's some exponential factor. And so if this continues to expand and more people get drawn into it, I believe that ultimately is going to be the solution to liberating ourselves from whatever forces are oppressing us.
Wow. That speaks a lot, just because of us, this understanding of what is knowing. I feel like I forgot. I feel like a lot of, I don't know, when I was a kid, I felt like I was reliving whatever life I had. I felt like a lot of this I had done before. I feel like I have forgotten something that I'm supposed to remember. This is just stuff that has lived in me, in my thought process. I always thought I was just nuts. I could be nuts. But parsing through this and just taking that all in, it makes me also think of the pyramids, the ones we don't know about, the ones we do know about, and what is their purpose? And is it to affect us? Like, should we just tear down all the pyramids and see what happens? But yeah, anyway. Sorry, I'm mumbling on. So yes, I see we have some hands. I want to go to Darren, and then Will, J Just, and then Buddy.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, guys, this is a great space. There's over 100 people in here. It's only been about 15 reposts. So if you feel inclined and feel like other people should hear this amazing conversation, please do repost, like and repost it. It just helps the algorithm, yeah? Oh my God, we've got Jay just on the stage. Be prepared for some of the most amazing questions. Do you know, like listening to does his experience on the JFK remote viewing? I didn't know about that, and you look like, yeah, thumbs up, 100, 100. I was like, oh my God, I've got so much to catch up on in this bloody community. So I'm definitely going to be looking into that. That sounded fascinating. So it sounded like he remote viewed the assassination, and then it kind of took him on a near-death experience of someone else. Like just hearing that, I was just like, oh wow, okay. So yeah, if there's any more thoughts on that, Daz, like how you experienced that, that would be great, right? But my question, and this is more of an intuitive one for, I'm like, oh my God, we've got Daz, Direct, and Buddy on the stage, right? That's why you guys need to share this out and let more people come, because this is a fascinating conversation. The intuitive question is this, yeah? Have any of you remote viewed the inner Earth? Yeah? And do you get the sense that a lot of the NHI are not extraterrestrials, i.e., coming from out of space, but actually ultra terrestrials coming from the inner Earth or interdimensional beings? And that's to all three of you.
Oh, all right. You asked, have any of us remote viewed what?
The inner Earth, the center of the Earth, Shambhala.
Oh, okay. No, I have not. But Hal Puthoff wrote a great paper on ultra terrestrial, extraterrestrial, etc. So I'll make it brief. The answer to that, in my opinion, and from what I've experienced and others that I know, the answer is all of the above. Like Daz said, this universe is teeming with life of all kinds of things, little nature spirits. And when I say little, I'm not trying to diminish them. It's just, size wise, and beings of incredible magnitude, beings that might not even care about what's going on a little speck of dirt in the middle of space. So I think there's a full range of their nature, interdimensional. You could go on and on, but the simple answer is all of the above. And we engage with some of them, and a lot of them engage with us. And at some point, and this will go back to my original statement of what my intention is, we will have to learn to communicate with them, but that should not be taken lightly. And if you ever want to employ skepticism, employ it when an invisible being is projecting something at you. In the same way, if you're walking down the street of a strange city and people start coming up to you, take that disposition. Just because it feels good or just because they sound wise, don't swallow that pill. That's my advice, and I'll leave it there. Good question, Darren. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask if Daz or Buddy is able to respond to that?
Hi there, Darren. Yeah, great question. The inner Earth, probably not exactly as per your question, but I was tasked with something inside the Earth's core last year as part of a project for a group called the Hellfire Club. We have many RV sessions online, so anyone that wants to find it can, do a Google search for Hellfire Club Remote Viewing Club, and you'll be able to see the live RV we did. And that was some kind of ocean. There's apparently an ocean of water near the Earth's core. Whilst I was viewing that, I did remote view and detail the Earth being a sentient being in itself, and like the words that kept coming up in the RV session was Gaia as a sentient life force. So not exactly what you're looking for with hidden worlds, but I did RV a sentient, the Earth being a sentient being.
And you heard the name Gaia, and before that, you didn't know of the name Gaia?
I've heard the name Gaia, but I haven't really done any research in my, it's not really been part of my life's research to understand or do anything on what that involves. But that's what came up in the remote viewing session.
Wow, that's fascinating. I feel like Ursula would be able to speak on that, because I know that the ancients, they probably see it from that perspective in terms of the earth being a living entity and we're all connected and all of that stuff. But before, sorry, Sarah, I just want to see if Buddy, because I saw him going 100. Buddy, have you remote viewed into the inner earth?
I have, under different contexts. Professionally, about the magnetosphere and the changes going on now. I didn't find a hollow core. I found a lot of water and oceans under the surface, which is kind of logical. Gravity would pull something like that deeper towards the center of itself. I also found extraterrestrial advanced intelligence factories and tons of information on that side. And just wanted to quickly respond to a previous question. I loved everyone's answers so far, and I think this space is stellar. Cohesive groups were found by Princeton University in the pair research labs to have I think it was to 5 sigma, an effect on random number generators and everything. So when people who were cohesive or groups were cohesive and came together under similar circumstances, they would affect random number generators around them. They could even be watching a movie that they all share and love, something that brings them together cohesively. And I think this goes to a slightly more previous question about, can everyone do this? And yes, everyone can do this. Everyone can be stellar for a while, but not everyone trains the full spectrum of psi abilities. I think getting data from a non-local location is pretty much in keeping with quantum physics, where it's supposed that every point in the universe is connected to every other point. So that might be a medium for some of this data, and it might also be a medium for, once you get the connection, you can have physical reactions with it. If you're deeply resonant with a target, you can move from just getting data to, people do this with prayers, healing prayers around the world. They don't have to believe in remote viewing and affect other people. The Maharishi effect, when they brought a group of people together numerous times under different studies to reduce crime in cities. It's absolutely amazing. But I do think there are people who are naturals natural virtuosos who get the best results from the things outside of remote viewing. Dr. Gallenberger from Monroe, I worked with, and just he's a stellar human being. And he's one of the few scientists who's also a practitioner. And we did stuff in Vegas. He does some really amazing stuff. So our ability to affect space, time, matter, and energy is stellar and wide reaching. And it almost makes me think a creator made this universe for intelligent life forms to evolve. And one of the habitat kind of things we were granted and life forms were granted was the ability to slightly manipulate our environment. And that just gave life forms a little bit of a bend extra in perhaps evolutionary speed or other aspects. And then one last thing is about ET motives. You can tell people and things by their actions. And we've had millions and billions of people die in war, in disease, in crime, and all these terrible things, and they haven't intervened. So my opinion about the variety of different life forms that and things we are encountering with the NHI and others, a lot of which is us and other stuff that we may not even know yet or understand or not even hypothesize. But I think we can tell a lot of things about their motives. Why not share their agenda? If innocent and if peaceful, or if innocent, they may have that kind of remote viewing attitude that remote viewers have is I'm not going to be involved in the subject. I'm going to just observe like a journalist or a documentarian. And that could be part of it. But the last thing is about Pat Price. And I did viewings for Russell. There's interviews with him early on my channel. But Pat Price, I believe, was killed with a ricin pellet shot from a pneumatic gun. Interestingly enough, before Pat Price died, and he died with the symptoms of ricin poisoning, before he died, there was a Bulgarian spy who was killed by a pneumatic umbrella that had the tiniest little BB in it, hollowed out and filled with ricin. And guess who discovered what the cause of death was? Because they were mystified. Guess who discovered it? A directorate, I'm not sure at the time if he was directorate of science and technology for the CIA, but Kit Green. And Kit Green was part of the close circle that was involved with Pat. And so it's really fascinating, that data. I can't stand by it 1,001%, but I just find a lot of the stuff going on with Pat's death extremely suspicious and tragic. We know he was sharing secrets with Scientology and stuff like that. That could be a cause for internal forces to target him or, external forces. So those are just my blathering thoughts. I love you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
UFO Sarah, I want to add one thing real quick that Buddy just kind of triggered. So we refer to us and them. They're NHI. I put forth this notion. All right, the only thing that causes us to be labeled as human is an association with a particular body type. So before we associate with a body, if we had pre-existence, which I believe we do, we're NHI. And when we leave this body or dissociate from it, we again are NHI ourselves. So maybe we're a group of good NHI who have taken a vehicle. I mean, the driver is not the car and the DJ is not the radio. So consider the possibility that when we're talking about others being NHI, we might very well ourselves be NHI.
Wow, I'm this is fascinating. You're blowing my mind right now on thoughts that I didn't know I was going to have today. Yeah, so let's go to Will, J Just, and then I have two questions, and then we'll shoot over to Urs. Go ahead, Will.
Hey, Pat Price, I was pretty sure that it was the heart attack gun that did that to him. Russell talked about that back in the late 70s, sometime in the 80s. CIA's heart attack gun. Uri Geller said the CIA is not in the business of killing people, which I don't believe. I mean, I know people have a certain attitude towards him because of his failures on TV or whatever, but that was just him. Joe had a much more successful time on TV, but anytime anybody wants to make fun of remote viewing or cancel it or whatever, they bring up Uri, but they don't bring up Joe.
Was that just specific thought processes? Well,
Yeah,
okay. Thank you. Go ahead, JJ.
it was
Oh,
just with Pat Price is just a sensitive subject for me. I have him pinned up at the top of my profile. Big fan of his.
thank you, Will. Go ahead, JJ.
Okay, so I have a few questions. Sorry, I have to get to a quieter place. So the first one is, let me remember. The first one is, are we a manipulated species? Have you ever come across data from Ingo or any of the remote viewers that state humans are manipulated?
I guess we'll just go in the rotation, me, Daz, and then Buddy.
Not manipulated, I mean like we've been like basically made by something else.
Okay, yes. So there's a lot of data that points to that. So when we say we, let's differentiate. Are we talking about we identified as a body, or are we talking about we?
Yeah, the body of whatever we
Okay,
are as humans.
yeah, yeah. No, a lot of times when we say it's like we automatically are assuming we are a body, and I like to keep that differentiation very clear. So yes, the human body appears to be manipulated. There's ideas out there, even from Native American tradition, which I sent to Ursula once, Robert Morning's guy, that talks about the early Earth being kind of what amounts to a biolab. So we know that Earth didn't create spiritual beings. Earth created or was an environment where created bodies could survive. And once that was under development, were they manipulated? So the clearest statement that I've ever received from upper level, remote viewing knowledge was a conversation that I was privileged to have with Hal Puthoff over video with a class of remote viewers. And he ended the conversation, or at least the portion of my Q&A, with the statement, "We're living in somebody else's zoo." Now that would apply to our bodies. So there is that, and then whatever Daz and our buddy have to say about it. Now, on a separate above and away from body, it appears also then that our minds may have been manipulated through various possibilities. Ingo was very adamant that the NHI were, or at least one faction of them, okay, just the negative ones in this particular neighborhood we call Earth, have purposely acted to inhibit our development of perceptual abilities, because if we can start to see clearly, they will no longer have a game.
Okay, does anyone else want to add to that?
I'd love to, but Daz, please go first.
Yeah, I can add a little bit to it. I totally agree with what Direct was saying there. I've studied this subject for near enough my entire life. There's more than enough evidence to show that we've been bodily manipulated. I do believe our psi potential has been suppressed as well, which may be ongoing. There seem to be some indicators of that. And during, in remote viewing sessions themselves, where I've had comms, I would say, with the non-humans, they have shown me and discussed that we are part of their garden that they are growing, intending for their own use. So, yeah, absolutely manipulated on many different levels.
So what kind of use? Like, did you get that? Like, what kind of use are we to them in their garden?
There's a hypothesis, and you could see it in humans' trajectory, that we're going to want to create universes with beings that can evolve intelligence. And with the Earth has had many different types of biospheres, different types of molecule composition in the atmosphere that foster different forms of life. And many of these eras, Cenozoic, Jurassic, etc., seem to end at a peak of biological flourishment. And I found that really interesting and worked on that a little bit with a well-known scientist and group as an exploration. And it seems very possible that maybe the universe's evolutionary process is so dynamic, depending on the many different conditions and incidents, that even an advanced race can't pre-predict them all. But an advanced race would want as much data as possible from biospheres. And if we are approaching a very dangerous time, you might expect more interaction with the zookeepers or farmers or the people behind the scenes at Disney World. And it seemed like we might be being conditioned for something. So I think they definitely have been. They've been very much like Daz and Direct were saying. They're very observational as opposed to interactive. They seem to interact with very few under very few conditions, despite reports of hundreds of thousands of people. I believe there's so many things going on. It's so much bigger than that. So I
Well,
think
is that
they're
like the nature of the universe? Like, do we know if there's like a creator of the universe, or is it like an intelligence? What is the nature? That I think that's the biggest question, not if there's life out there. I mean, but
here's a
what is
logical
the
assumption.
nature of our universe?
Here's a logical assumption. If I could build a universe with technology in 50 years that could evolve creatures of intelligence and possibly even creatures more intelligent than I would be compelled to get that data because data would be a priority for advanced species rather than gold or diamonds or,
Yeah,
mono
yeah,
this.
of course. But
Just
that
hold on one second. I'm sorry. I want to, before we get back to you, I do have two questions from the audience, and I do want to direct that real quick. This is to direct, and this is from UAP1. He would like to know if you could expand on this concept of the 100th monkey.
Okay, yeah. There was a book written in the 70s by Ken Kesey Jr. entitled The 100th Monkey. It's a great book. It really is a small little paperback. You can get it on Amazon. So there's debate as to whether the story is historically true, this, that, and the other. That doesn't matter to me. The effective story is this, that on an island, a monkey added a new behavior, which was to take, I believe it was a papaya, and wash it off in the ocean before they ate it. So other monkeys within visual contact said, okay, monkey see, monkey do, they did it. There was a momentum, and then suddenly the monkeys on the other side of the island, without visual contact, started doing this new behavior. And then pretty soon that behavior propagated to other islands in the monkey population without any visual contact being possible. So the notion was, as this group of monkeys spread, there was this proverbial 100th monkey that when they put, you've heard this kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back story, but in a positive way. No camels were injured filming. They put this 100th monkey as the tipping point, the critical mass that when they went, then that behavior rippled throughout monkey consciousness. It's just whether it's a story or whether it's true. There was experiments and all this discussion. I don't care. It's a great story. The concept is viable, feels absolutely real and right. So dive into that book if you just search for it on Amazon.
Thank you. And then my other question is from Craft Beard, and this is to both Daz and Direct. And I'm also going to throw you in there, buddy. Would love to hear your thoughts on this. It's a bit of a question. Hold on one second. Let me get to it. Okay. So suppose two different taskers assigned a target on two different days. Tasker 1 is a believer in the official government narrative about the JFK assassination that Oswald was the lone assassin. Tasker 2 believes in one of the many different conspiracies surrounding JFK's death. How likely would it be that you or another remote viewer would see the official government version of the assassination when viewing Target 1 and would see the conspiracy version of events when viewing Target 2? Or would you expect each session to show the exact same version of events both times? Have you ever tried an experiment like this? And if not, would you be open to one?
Okay, I'm going to give a very brief response. That's a very well thought out and articulated question, and thank you for it, Kraft. So there is a thing called telepathic overlay, where a viewer trying to please the tasker could pick up on whatever scenario each tasker represented. So you could possibly get two different results based on who the tasker was. Now I'm going to defer to Daz because he has actually lived out this experiment a couple of times. One with Deborah Lynn Katz, who who is the current president of the International Remote Viewing Association, and then another one. So Daz's story is where the rubber meets the road, and very, very interesting.
Hi there. Yeah, it is a great question. Not easy to answer though. It's very complex because there's so many variables involved. So it's not black and white. So it's possible that the remote viewer could, in scenario A, report back, the official explanation, and it's also possible in scenario B that they could report back the conspiracy explanation. Yeah, it's very complex. I do believe personally that we have to be very careful with remote viewing, and that it's very possible that we might be, and I say might because it needs a lot more exploration, as remote viewers, we might be just parroting what the tasker wants to know. That's why feedback is very important. You need to have feedback to be able to check the accuracy of the remote viewing data. And as Direct was saying, I have experimented with this on several occasions. One probably about 18 months ago, maybe slightly more than that, where I wanted to test how people get targets. So I essentially created a remote viewing target that only existed in my head. And the target itself was a UFO event. So I created a UFO event in my mind of a triangle-shaped UFO landing behind my house. And the scenario of a ramp opening, a little grey alien popping out, holding hands with a blonde-haired girl. They would both come down the ramp, wave, and then get back in it and go off. So the target only existed in my mind when I set the target, a random number, and then I recruited 15 remote viewers from Facebook groups, and they worked the target blind. And all 15 remote viewers described a UFO event, and accurately, they thought the event was real. To them, it was a real scenario. So when they said that they were drawing and tasting metal, that's what they felt they were getting and stuff. But they were essentially drawing, and the results of this are on my website, so you can have a look at this. But they all reported a UFO event with UFOs. Some of them triangle shaped. One of the people even had an AOL, which is a guess in remote viewing, of Goldilocks, which I think is a very close match to my blonde-haired little girl in my mind scenario. So, yes, as I said, it's a complicated question. We don't really know all the answers yet. I think both scenarios are possible from the question. We could pick up on the real information. We could pick up on the false information. Because bear in mind, as we've been discussing here today, remote viewers, they can move anywhere in time and space. So we have access to all information, and that's all information from all sources as well. So, theory, social constructs, what we're discussing in these spaces that we have here, remote viewers can access that information as well as part of the whole pool. And sometimes we don't know, you know, when we're doing our remote viewing, if that information is real or not. As again, it's the feedback that determines that.
Thank you, Daz. Buddy, I'd like to go to you to see if you have any input on Craftbeard's answer, and then we're going to get to some hands after Earth.
Thank you so much. I love Naz's response. Interesting series of experiments have been done about this. Pear, the Princeton Anomalies Lab, tried to find out if it was a teleological model or a quantum collapse model to the universe. So they did a bunch of really interesting things. One of the things they found out is remote view can retrocausally see things and affect things. Random number generators ran backwards through time, but they did seem to find an effect where if one viewer saw the same exact target as another viewer, the first viewer would be a little more accurate.
Thank you, Buddy. And Direct, did you have something to add?
Yes, I do. So in remote viewing, there was a problem at SRI regarding what's called telepathic overlay. So they brought in specialists and had to solve this. And Ingo even put it in terms where if we were just using telepathy, then remote viewing wasn't taking place. So what they look for in that process, and again, they had the highest level psychologists, sociologists, neurologists, everybody involved in this project. And what they discovered was that in the military structure, specifically, that if, let's say, your tasker or your monitor is a lieutenant and you're a sergeant, that the chain of command structure caused the subordinate soldier to want to please the tasker or the monitor. So they switched the remote viewing protocol, took the authority away from the monitor, and adamantly emphasized that the viewer is in charge of the session, and a lot of the telepathic overlay disappeared. Now, as a matter of personal experience, I was on a team of 5 people, remote viewing a target, and we all 4 of the 5 of us started our sessions with a very similar description of a 16th century monastery using effectively the same words. And then within 10 to 15 minutes, each of us broke out of that and then came up with collaborative data on what the actual target was. So high amounts of training, tasker intention. Daz will put in there in his taskings that the viewer only perceive the actual target. And then Daz used to have, and I don't know if he still does on his target pool, that he will like hold the tasking for like a minute and literally have the intention that the viewers will be successful and view only the actual target. So, like he said, it's very, very complex, but the question to Kraft's answer is yes, both are possible, and no, remote viewing is never always considered accurate. But at the least, for the skeptics, it does prove that telepathy is possible, and that's a start.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Ursula, and then we have a couple of new people on stage, and I'd love to get your questions for Direct and Daz. So we'll go Urs, and then City Takes, EGOD, and Civic.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Throughout, just being native and everything, I've always heard stories of humans that have had these abilities, almost like superhuman abilities. And I've realized at my age that a lot of these stories have truth to them. And just going into remote viewing and psionics, and have any of you ever met humans that have these type of abilities like telekinesis and all of that, and then summoning supposedly NHI craft that are possibly alive. And I have another question also about the drone incursion, but that can come after. Do you think that was NHI?
Okay, so I have not ever personally witnessed what you are referring to as telekinesis. I have two people I trust highly who had successful events attempting to interact with physical matter in this way. So, from the remote viewing community came what's called remote influencing. And I consider that very unethical. Ingo himself in an interview said he had only used it, remote influencing, only 3 times in his life. And then when Art Bell asked him why, he just simply said people were doing something they ought not do. I believe it's absolutely 100%. I don't know anybody who's intentionally summoned a craft with the remote viewing modality. I do know several people who have had apparent success with CE5, but that's an entirely different topic. And I do not in any way support untrained or unprepared people going out and calling in invisible beings for any reason. That's just a bias I have because I've had to help some people out of some psychic trouble, having, pardon my term, but fucked around and found out. And then what was your last one? Because it's a short answer.
Yes. The drone incursion,
Yeah, yeah,
like people were saying that some of these objects were shape-shifting, and there's even assumptions that some of these craft were alive.
yeah.
What do you know about the possibility that some of these craft are possibly either alive or from the future, or just it just kind of was swept under the rug,
Yeah.
and it's just like all of a sudden not there anymore, but there was something going on. I've seen a lot of the videos. A lot of it, maybe some were drones, but there was also a lot of it that seemed like UAP. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I did not engage fully with the Philadelphia thing. So in that category, you're basically gonna have 3 things. You may have actual drones, you may have UAP, you may have hoaxers, and you may have people who are overlaying belief on a prosaic event. I was way, way more fascinated with the Langley incident, and in certain ways wondered if the Philadelphia or the Pennsylvania incident was to kind of distract from that. The Langley one had some really interesting characteristics. Now, I'll turn you over to Daz because he literally just published a session on the was it the Pennsylvania thing? Anyways, I'll turn you to Daz because he literally just finished a project on that.
Hey there, yeah, great questions again and great answers so far. To answer the first part first, though, absolutely, I've encountered and seen that kind of phenomenon in my day-to-day life because I was lucky enough to be trained in all kind of classic techniques of psychism, I would say. So clairvoyance, mediumship, telepathy, all kinds of divination using tarot, all that kind of stuff. So in my what I call classical training before remote viewing for many years, I saw many instances of people moving objects, healing, talking to the dead, all that kind of stuff. And we can all do that. Every single person in this room here, in this space, can do that. The only thing that's holding us all back is the self doubt that we can't do it. And I think that's why the NHI are interested in this, in the human form and its interaction with what we call the soul, whatever that may be. I don't know what that is as a mechanism. Seems to have abilities that can do anything, and we just somewhere along the way have been hindered or lost how to do that. So we can all do all of that. Everyone here, and any one of you can be a remote viewer and use your intuition. On the drones thing, though, as Direct said, I literally just a few weeks ago, my team published our remote viewing sessions online, so you can have a look at all the all of our RV data on. We were tasked blindly to look at the drones, a drone event from I think November 22nd, I think it was 2024. All I can tell you is my RV rather than the other guy's RV, because that's what I experienced. But the drone I experienced in RV was a organic live machine, if machine is the right word, that manifested through a portal, and it was manifested because there was a group of military people that were calling it there or manifesting it. And the drone had the capability, which I found interesting, and this is all in the RV session. It changed its shape and form dependent on the dominant interactive subconsciousness that was looking at it. So if the dominant subconscious was thinking or expecting to see a plane, then they would see a plane. If they were expecting to see a spherical UFO, they would see that. What I didn't work out, or what I didn't investigate at the time, and I wish I did, was whether it actually physically changed its shape to show that to the subconscious that was interacting, or if it just persuaded them that's what they were seeing. I wish I did some more work on that and asked that at the time, but I didn't. But that's generally the data that I got: an organic shape-shifting machine that interacted with consciousness to as a form of camouflage.
Thank you, Daz.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
No, go ahead, direct.
Yeah, Daz, where did I saw you post that? Where did you post it so I can put the link in the nest?
It's on the Hellfire Club website. Yeah.
Website, or did you post it on X?
There probably is a link to it in my feed a few posts down. Yes, because it was only like a week ago. But yeah, the main videos are on the website.
Your personal feed or the future forecasting feed?
My personal feed. Yeah,
okay.
It wasn't a future forecasting project. It was a Hellfire Remote Viewing Club project.
Okay, all right. I'll find it and put it so everybody can take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm definitely going to take a look at that. I actually was in Jersey witnessing this back in December. So interesting. Let's see. It goes EGOD, City Takes, and then Civic. EGOD, welcome to the stage. Do you have a question?
Well, first I wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak and put in my 2 cents for whatever it's worth. So first I'd like to say that I do consider myself a spiritual bridge between NHI and the metaphysical. I wanted to say that when we are asking, like, who is the enemy, why are we unable to do these things that we should all be able to do, blah, blah, blah. The reality is that we're our own enemy. I mean, like, I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but from my observation, like, human beings really are the most unhinged physical beings in our physical universe. We're emotionally just very chaotic. Our planet in general, it's beautiful, it's lush, but it is also hostile. And I think that we don't think that because we are born here, this is all we know. But when you really break it down for what it is, we live in such a complex environment where it's constant competition between, so many different forms of life on our planet alone. So I do think that NHI view us as concerningly absurd, like dangerous, but also admire our complexity and our emotions. And a lot of NHI, their species don't have as wide of a range or intensity of emotions as we do. So we are very diverse in humanity in itself, like even between families. Our own biological children are they're very different than we are, So for other species, they're all very similar. So yeah, sorry, there was a lot that was said. So I don't know where to even begin with this. I do think that we are evolving as a species. Again, this is a bold statement, but I do think autism has something to do with it. I think that autistic people, I'm autistic myself, I think that we are highly sensitive in general in all of our senses. So I do think that we are better built to be more attuned with the source and our universe in general.
Thank you, Egad. Thank you for sharing with us. I agree on some of those levels. I think that when we think of the NHI, they're like us in the sense that there are good and there are bad. And like there are some really nice people out there and there are some really bad manipulative people out there. City Takes, welcome to the stage.
Hi there, how are you? So I joined late, so I haven't quite caught all of the conversation. But for me, I've just recently entered this, pursuit of knowledge when it comes to psionics, telepathy, and remote viewing. I've read a bit about it, but I've always been more focused on the nuts and bolts element of the UFO topic. Now, after listening to the telepathy tapes, I'm very, very curious about what all of this entails and how it all fits into the broader picture. I think knowing that there is some kind of hidden ability within human consciousness and within the human brain, and how those two are related, really kind of gives us an impetus to pursue this research further. If what we learn in the telepathy tapes, is actually legitimate, then it kind of also lends credence to some of the claims that have been made by previous kind of like whistleblowers like Tom DeLonge, who have said that, consciousness is the whole basis of reality. And listening to some of the other speakers who've said that, remote viewing can be used to, access not only the here and now, but different locations and different different time horizons as well. So effectively, what we're looking at is something that could be harnessed to essentially allow us to learn all of history going back to the Big Bang and perhaps even earlier. And also, it would allow us to learn about different dimensions, potentially different multiverses, our role in the universe, potentially even an afterlife. Because I do recall listening to an interview with one of the guys on the Skywatcher team who said that when he interacted with the being, it mentioned that it came from the afterlife. So we kind of now need to look at how all of this is linked together, and we should put our brains together and collectively try and figure it out, whether it's NHI, UAP, extraterrestrials, interdimensionals, remote viewing, astral projection, which is another topic that I found very interesting. So from my readings, I believe remote viewing is just using your consciousness to travel to another location, whereas astral projection is having your entire being be present in another place by dimensionally traveling through space and time to be there. So that's another kind of mind-blowing aspect to this entire thing. I'm trying to relay my thoughts in a really basic way, because I'm new to this stuff, but I'd be really interested to get to learn more about it and actually try it for myself. I did watch a YouTube video once where I tried to draw the target, but mine came out horrendously wrong. So I think I need to do a bit of practice, or perhaps
Well,
then
city takes. Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
You're stage right now with two very well established, and I would say high level remote viewers, right? So, as you said, you're quite new to this. Do you have any questions for Daz or direct around remote viewing, consciousness, whatever, that may allow you to understand it a bit better, ask a question. These guys, that's what we've been doing in this space. If you have a question around it, it might help you a bit further, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I mean, if you could kind of, um, I guess push me in the right direction in terms of how I could improve my skills in this thing, I would really appreciate that.
Direct or go ahead.
Yeah, could you do me? I was answering your DM actually. So can you finalize the question for me? I got part of it, but I want to make sure it's clear.
Yeah, sure. I think that City Takes. Can you just ask him the question again?
And I
Yeah,
apologize.
could you just point me in the right direction, so I can hone my own skills and become better at this, better at remote viewing, I guess.
Yes. Okay. That's kind of a layered response. The number of highly trained, ethical remote viewers that are engaging in instruction are few and far between. And what happens is that a heavy expense comes down on it. Now, there's a person here who is in the process themselves of learning remote viewing and also helping people. If that person is paying attention, raise your hand if it's okay that I refer you. You should know who I'm talking about. Okay. I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'll do a DM, find out if it's okay. They're in the space, but I don't want to put some on them that they don't want. What I will do is I'll put a link to Daz's website because he has the best history collection of remote viewing materials of any website out there, and it's all responsibly presented. The other thing is he has a simple method format that you can play with. All of us with remote viewers say test it out for free, take it for a test drive, and see if your interest holds, and then from there you can go forward. I'll also post another website from my former instructor, Paul H. Smith, who was a Stargate member, and has been teaching remote viewing since approximately 1995. And his website is also very responsible. So pick up those two resources. I'll DM the person I was referring to and then get back to you on the response that I get. But so I'm going to post these in the comments so you can find it there or you can find it up in the space. But that will definitely, those are two sources that will not lead you to clown world, and they're not trying to take your money out of the gate. But if you want to go into more professional and sustained instruction, it is fair that instructors be compensated. Does that work for you, City? Okay, you're good. All right, and I'll get back to you on that other thing.
Thanks, Direct, because I think there might be a lot more people that are interested in learning, especially after this space. This is quite fascinating territory that we're running into. Civic, please go ahead. Welcome to the stage. Ask your question.
Thank you. Actually, that's where I want to start because if it leads to a question, it would ultimately be my goal. Um, you know, in terms of like learning or whatever. I think good conversation leads to good questions, and better questions lead. The best questions lead to better questions. But there's a lot we've been talking about recently. Like I've actually been fucking just like taking fucking notes on what everyone's been saying. But that was most important to me. That is, if at the end of whatever I have to say is a question, like that's the end line for me. one thing that somebody had said earlier, I'm jumping back a few notes, is that feedback is important. That hit home for me. Because like out of like the couple things I want to like highlight, like one would be my abilities, and like that's something that I can get into. You can fucking ask me. And then two then becomes like the whole UFO, UAP, and like I got like a very solid line on like my understanding of that technology. But then three still comes with like time and consciousness and our relation to all that in our reality and everything like that. But so first, before I get into my story, to talk on UFO UAP, and like I wouldn't even want to talk about this first,
Well,
but
really quick, Civic. I'm so sorry. Um, what we're focusing on here is direct and his story, and so we're focusing our questions. Not, I'm so sorry to say this, on our own personal stories,
oh, yeah.
but really to ask him some things, because I've got some questions lined up, more on what went on in the House space with Rogan that I'd like to touch upon.
Right.
So
Okay.
please, if you have a
So
question, please
if
ask.
if I were to get to a question, it would be more about questioning my an understanding of my own abilities. So like whether it's 3 seconds, 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, 30 years, if I see the future, and in that moment that I walk into that moment that I seen ahead of time, where it feels like I'm sending a message back in time to my younger self, or because it's not always related. Sometimes like that's what I said. Feedback is important because like at some points it's like let's say like I'm like talking to somebody. I'm like, yo, it's gonna storm today, right? And then I see an image in the back of my mind about storming, right? But it doesn't storm that day or something like that. But it's like next week, and then it storms. And I walk into that moment and it's storming. And I'm like, yo, like, oh, okay. So like it didn't happen that day, but it happened the next week. So like our own personal experience seems to be very important in terms of our ability to have this. What I guess I'm gonna have to draw a line between like precognition versus remote viewing. Almost like there's a difference in those two abilities or something like that. But
Go ahead.
a question may arise. Don't get me wrong.
Direct, did you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, that's very complicated. Retrocausality. I mean, literally, that the answer to that is extensive. Now, however, if you look up in the nest or in the comments section, I put Daz Smith, Remote Viewing Information and Resources, which is an incredible website, and you can find all kinds of information on what you've asked. And then Paul H. Smith, Remote Viewing Instructional Services. So I would say start there, get the preliminary data you're looking for. What you're asking about, it's just not answerable in this format and under the time constraints that we're working with. So I apologize for that, but do pursue it. And then if we have another one of these spaces sometime, come in with a clarified question, and then we'll try to get an answer for you. Okay?
Yeah, as I'm saying, a question may arise.
Oh, okay. So
a question is a beautiful thing in this world, right? If you can ask a question, it's almost like you already know the answer.
Right. So I'm going to defer to our host. She has a lot of people pressing her for an opportunity. Pick up on one of those two websites, see where that takes you, and then maybe we can jump into it another space.
We also divulged into UFOs, UAPs, and everything like that. And as far as that technology goes, I'm going to tell you that like there was one comment when I first logged on. It was about 50 years in advance, technology, everything like that. That maybe 100 years ago, this technology had arose, right? And
Yes,
so
this
we're
is
witnessing,
definitely something that
we're witnessing
is
net
talked about
actual
in spaces.
decrease.
But what I'm going to do right now is move forward to the next question, because I'm quite curious, and I know a lot of other people are quite curious. Direct, you have briefly talked about this in past spaces over the past couple of days, but let's delve into how
I
Puthoff.
saw I saw my whole life at 6 years old, but go ahead.
Okay, so how Puthoff has brought up the underground bases, and so I'd like to really touch upon that. What can you bring to the table today regarding that, Direct?
I hope Daz is chuckling, as am I. Okay, Daz and I worked on this project for a couple of years at least, I think, and we've been discussing it for much longer than that. So we worked together with a third party who prefers to remain anonymous. And for the first time in history, November 29th, Daz used his platform to publish the full papers. Before we did that, there was a book published that only includes, I think, let's just say 27 pages or something like that. And here's what's interesting. I'll give you some background, which has some informed inference. Okay. So a person that I highly trust, and Daz highly trusts and knows very, very well, was at a Seoul conference and asked Hal what he thought was an important aspect to the disclosure process. And he brought up the bases, which didn't surprise me because he has been informed about that, since 1973. Then I was shocked, and I can't believe, knowing how guarded Hal is and how private he is and how little he's actually said, that he brought up the underground bases. So that tells me, and I had had interactions with Hal before about those. So that tells me, by saying that privately at Seoul and then dropping this, everybody uses the term, but I'll use it anyway, dropping the breadcrumb in this particular talk. The bulk of that talk on Joe Rogan appeared to be to a Joe Rogan audience that may have casual interest in this, but it certainly wasn't for those of us who had pretty much heard everything that was said, except for the underground bases. The bottom line story is this: Pat Price, apparently on his own, started using his abilities that were pre-remote viewing. It was 1973. SRI was maybe like a year into it, and he identified 4 underground facilities that appeared to be, as Ingo put it, human NHI or human ET cooperation bases. One being in Mount Hayes, Australia, which is in the middle of what's known as the Australian Triangle. That's had a lot of missing people and native people in particular. I think, yeah. Well, I was going to say native women, but I'm not sure. It might be the entire population. But then there was another one in Mount Perdido in the mountains there between Spain and France. Now, typical American, showing up my lack of global geography. But Mount Perdido, then one Mount Inyangwani, which is been renamed. It's a territory in Africa, and then Mount Zeal, which is near Pine Gap in Australia. So the relationship to Mount Hayes and what we call HARP has proximity, and then Pine Gap has basically kind of what's called the Australian HARP, also then in proximity to this underground base. The 4 bases weren't the only ones, but those were the ones they were focused on, and that project was given to Hal Puthoff in 1973, and then when Hal left SRI in 1982, he gave it to the Army officer that was in charge of basically training, but also working on creating remote viewing. And at that time, they were working out of the Monroe Institute. So Skip Atwater, the training officer for the Army, gave those targets by geographic coordinate to Joe McMoneagle. Joe McMoneagle's accounts were very detailed and again met the criteria of Pat Price's very high technology. In fact, Joe said something to the effect of, I feel like an Aborigine getting inside a car and not having even the words for the bits and pieces, nuts and bolts that I saw. It's never, been I've never seen anything like it, and there's been no technology like it. And he intimated that they were in a progressive state of ramping this system up, which his sketches indicate would have a potential global effect in terms of like radio frequency influence. He referred to it as like a snake in a box, a spider on a web, and some other things. So then Skip put those away, and in 1985, when CRV was established as the initial trainable protocol for remote viewing, controlled remote viewing, Skip broke them out again and gave those sessions to all the original Ingo Swann remote viewers. Bill Ray did it. Paul did it. I'm sorry, not all. Ed Dames. I never saw a session from Ed Dames. And then the other one that participated was Tom McNear. So Ed Dames did later give sessions to his students, but I won't go into that because that would violate the students' privacy. Then that process kept going till 1987. The correspondence between 1973 and 1987 was significant. And then Pat also detailed a lot of other things. So the easiest thing for me to do in this regard would be to post, again, a link to Daz's website directly to the Pat Price papers. And then I'll post an article where people can look at it. And that article is an interview with the person who created and ran what's called Project 8200. And it's the best concise history and summary of the bases in a chronological situation. I will summarize what I have come to believe out of it. And this in part stems out of Ingo Swann in 1973, writing that he became aware of during the process of being at a government think tank that billions of dollars had been spent on the idea of mass mental influencing. Now, he used the term mind control. I am not a fan of that term because they can't just control your mind. Maybe in abduction situations, I've experienced that, many have, but when you're talking about the masses, there needs to be a broader influence. And the conclusion I've made, along with other remote viewers who started to sense these broadcasts from space, various objects, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it could be that a major wide-scale electromagnetic influencing program is underway to kind of steer humanity. As dire as that sounds, and I'll end on this, there's also a group of people I used to work with, a very small group of like, kind of explorers in some of these matters, telepathic stuff and everything. And it was discovered, or at least potentially discovered, that there was an etheric control grid basically run purely by psychic ability of these beings. So the fact that they've been knocked down enough that they have to come in and use technology to amplify. Someone mentioned amplified telepathy earlier. So that the fact that they've lost enough power that they're having to rely on technology and trying to recreate that former control grid around us, that to me is good news. And the details of that are just so nutty and esoteric that I'm not going to go into it. But if a spiritual being was all powerful, why the fuck would you need a machine or an antenna or a broadcast? You wouldn't. So somewhere along the line, it indicates to me that they've lost some power. And if this 100th monkey of us, and like somebody asked earlier, why are these abilities appearing and proliferating the way they are? I am suggesting that the game table is switching and in our favor, and these conversations and so forth and so on will put us back on top of this stupid ass game that's being played. The end. Thank you for for your patience.
No, thank you. So it's important. So that's what. So this nugget that Hal is dropping, this little nugget, this breadcrumb, it is important for us to, because not only that, who was it? There was a woman that went on somebody's most recent podcast who's pretty famous and whose name I'm forgetting, who also talked about like what, over 150 underground bases as well. All of a sudden, it's interesting to follow the patterns of news that come out. So this is, you know, newly being discussed publicly, shall I say?
Yeah, and to substantiate, not to interrupt, but literally, I'm doing this before I forget. Lots of abductees, even from the olden days, so to speak, report being in underground facilities and have seen both what appears to be human or humanoid. So that could be the humans born elsewhere or hybrids, hubrids, however you want to describe it, and ETs working together, which Ingo also indicated. So it's not that new, but what's shocking is to have Hal put it out there. And the one caution I will say, and Daz does a great job of elaborating this on the preface to actually viewing the entire documents. And you'll see the originals and then you'll see the typed transcription, but it is not something that casual remote viewers or just curiosity seekers want to tune into. Do not. They have actual, according to Pat, and personal experience and then witnessed experience with people I've worked with. They have psychic detection abilities, and that is not something. I'll just say briefly, I know people who did it and got basically what amounts to what we call the hitchhiker effect. So it's not something to be played with, but in the discussions and in the interest and in the studies, hopefully that nugget, as you put it, and I like that term much better than breadgum, that nugget, when we get the dirt off it and see it in the bottom of our pan, it's like, oh yeah, we got a little nugget. That I think can lead to some things. And I believe Hal had some intent, or he would never have brought that up in such a public venue. Okay.
Yes, no, thank you very much. So I do, Urs, I'm so sorry. Before I get to your question, I have another question, but I want to tap Daz and Buddy on the underground basis thing before we move to this other question that I have. Daz, Buddy, do you guys have anything to add to what Direct said?
Yeah, absolutely what Direct said. What intrigued me with when Howe talked about it recently, though, as I said, and I alluded to it earlier, was I was quite shocked at his explanation of his UAP involvement timeline. I don't believe he was being truthful or accurate with that, because as Direct just said, he was given these papers by Pat Price in '72, and everything Howe said in the most recent interview, he was saying every time he was given information, he passed it on to his CIA handler. And there's no way that he didn't pass on these Pat Price papers. So to say that he only really got heavily interested in UAPs and stuff in the 80s and then later in the 90s, I truly don't believe. I think it started at the core in '72 with these Pat Price papers, because the data in them for its time is quite detailed and quite shocking. I mean, there's one page in there, and this page stands out to me more than any other, where Pat says he was bored one day, so he decided to have a look, see what was happening at the Bermuda Triangle. and he goes into great depth in this. It's only one page, but he goes into great depth about how human crafts, and we're talking ships and planes, are frozen in midair and disintegrated. And he even goes into detail about how the people are taken from those craft, and in most cases killed by the non-humans. But in some cases, they're genetically adapted. Their heart and lungs are adapted, and they're taken in a live state to back. He didn't say what's happening to him, but he goes into detail on that. So that in that being said by one of the world's top psychics in '72 would be quite amazing information. On another side of this, I haven't RV'd any of the bases myself or been involved with that, but I have been tasked to look at Area 51. I found some great stuff, and I've been tasked to look at many underground facilities on the Moon and Mars and found some stuff there as well of great note.
Okay. Buddy, did you have anything to add to this before I move on to my next question?
I'd love to. I think you should take everything Direct and Dad says as really crucial stuff. I have just a couple thoughts to throw in. One is, if we have this ability, which we obviously do, then you'd expect an advanced race or an advanced aspect of even our society would be able to be more utilitarian with it. So you shouldn't be surprised that ET or NHI might have some of this ability. I think that fits right in. I also think with the prevalence of so many different types of craft and beings and sightings that you could logically extrapolate that there would be factories to create these. And from my viewing and work with the base stuff, there has been, from more than just myself, a little bit of transition from some of the Pat Price stuff because of Pat Price. And there's a lot of underground and undersea deep sea bases, most inaccessible for human locations. You could logically extrapolate would be a great place for them. And the Puerto Rican Trench could feed into a lot of the UFO sightings, and Bermuda Triangle. There's a lot of evidence to indicate something going on just northeast of Puerto Rico. And about motives, it's a really tough one. You can tell things by people's actions, kind of like I was saying before. But the stuff that I've gone to more recently has me concerned, deeply concerned. If motives are completely innocent, why not reveal them? I think that's just kind of goes with the territory. And just go backwards a little bit about tips for people. I think there's a wide range of types of psi practicing that you could bounce from one to the other two, and they all kind of feed and help each other because they deal with this underlying connectivity. I would definitely say go to Daz and Direct's suggestions first, but there's other things you can do to add into that. Working on certain types of meditation, like Vipassana, which is the nothingness meditation, might allow you to quiet the noise a little more, so the signal becomes clearer or higher efficacy. And a lot of these different things, because there's a lot of different types of viewings just for that. That most of these are belief systems to ease our consciousness, so our subconscious can really reach out and get information. I think there's a lot to indicate there are, quote, magic feathers that people can latch onto that give them the belief system that allow them to do great things. I think it was Ted Mullins who spoke earlier in his career. If you know who he is, he's the PA man, Jeffrey Mishlove, with I think over 120 amazing PA events. And he's initially that it was a man in a orbital craft, and then later on dropped that. So magic feathers are a powerful way to get to your beliefs, which can unlock a lot of things we can partly control, may not control, or may control. We control our dreams normally, which is we kind of don't, but things happen. So this stuff is really interesting, and I love that we're having this conversation. We're really lucky to have Daz and Direct here and some really great viewers. I think there are virtuosos now, but we'll find out about them later, like in the heyday.
Sarah, can I jump in for one more second?
Please go right ahead.
Yeah, and Buddy, in return, it's really, really great to have this, let's call it triangle dynamic, in 3 different observations, your background and experience. So I'm really super happy you're here. What I did just now was I posted to the space and in the comments, Ingo Swann's estate website. If people want to really understand Ingo, the effective creator or at least co-creator with Hal Puthoff of remote viewing, that website is so full, so packed full of data, videos, documents, Ingo's work. But in this topic of the bases and so forth, his estate added 2 new headers. So if you click on that link, you'll see non-human entities, and then another menu item, UFOs/UAPs. There is some information on that site that isn't anywhere else, and those 2 things will let you know about Ingo's interactions. Some of them very uncomfortable and had some lasting effects on him. And then we'll take you to all kinds of stuff, remote viewing related to UFOs, UAPs. So do check that website out if you're interested in really a lot of good data.
Thank you, Direct. So real quick, Urs, before we get to you, it'll go Urs and then Jay Just. Shout out to Ursula and Darren for being here and co-hosting real quick, and Daz, Will, Jay Just, Buddy, Direct. You guys, this is like the way I want to spend my Saturday afternoon. And I didn't even know it. I am like on the edge of my seat. Okay, so the question that I have next is interesting, and I want to say thanks to Daz for striking it up in my head. A couple of weeks ago, Fringe, Ulrich and Tiff, Doomer Daddy, they had Jason Giorgiani in their space. He brought up the moon. He talked about how on the dark side of the moon there is what did he say? Nordics are on the dark side of the moon. And then as well as just Monday night, I got to have John Ramirez in a space where he also brought up the fact that there are entities on the dark side of the moon, though he said they were reptilians. Both gentlemen have, separate spaces. Neither of them were together. Have stated that there is a remote viewer or there was a remote viewer maybe a couple of decades ago that actually there were a couple of remote viewers that remote viewed the dark side of the moon. And they were told not to come back. And then there's one remote viewer who remote viewed the dark side of the moon. This is where they get the reptilians, seeing the Nordics there, that they saw that the remote viewer was there. They told the remote viewer to leave and not come back. He was sent there, one final time, and his conscious self, I guess if you want to put it that way, is now stuck on the moon, on the dark side of the moon with these entities, and his body is safely in I can only assume, an underground base in a coma state here in the United States is my guess. So, my question to you, Direct, and to Daz, what are your thoughts on this? Can you break this down? Do you know who this person is? I don't want to put you in any weird positions, but please stop me if I've asked too much.
Oh no, this will be the shortest answer you hear from me all day. I don't know anything about it. I literally heard this for the first time 5 days ago. So let's see if Daz or Buddy know anything.
We've both heard. We know who the person who was chased away from the moon was, because that was Ingo. When he went to the moon and stuff. That you wrote about. But it's the first time I heard about the person that's entrapped. I haven't heard about that one either myself.
Okay. maybe you guys can do some interesting background work for us. See if you can talk to your remote viewing friends. See if you hear anything. I'd love to know, more sources for things that are told to us in the community is always really great. The fact that you guys don't know is an interesting pinpoint to also point out. Not that that means anything, just that we have two sources telling us one thing, and then you guys who are into remote viewing that don't know about it. So this is just letting everyone know these are all pins that I like to put in everything. I don't say I believe everything. I say I'm getting fed information. I need to be very careful about what I continue to look into, and share. And also, I just want to put that out there. But
well, I'm sorry. I keep
yeah,
interrupting, and it's not on purpose.
no, go right ahead.
I release the button, and then you start talking. So the theory behind this, okay, and this is theory, and I can't substantiate it, but one of the things Fringe has talked a lot about, I have actually experienced one, is what we call abductions of the astral body, mental energy body, spirit body, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. So let's just call it astral body because that's what everybody's used to. So theoretically, and in my own experience and in Fringe's experience, there are non-physical abductions. In other words, your physical body could be sound asleep or rendered paralyzed, whatever, in the bed, and you as a energy body is taken. So if this story pans out to be true, that would most likely be the mechanism. So if they could grab and capture a person's astral body, then like we know, what we would call a comatose state for a physical body could probably or whatever be put on a kind of life support, and so there's a mechanism. But again, I'll look more into this. I was trying to find some resources. I was hoping Daz had an answer, but anyways, just so your mind can be resolved, that is a possible mechanism.
Thank you. Thanks, Direct. Daz, and one follow up to you. You said you remote viewed the moon. What did you see? Can you go into that a little bit? I don't want to overstep or make you feel uncomfortable. And then also, as a side note to that, have you been to the dark side of the moon in your remote viewing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a remote viewer and a person that runs remote viewing projects, and I think Direct's probably encountered this as well. Pretty much, at one time or another, almost all remote viewers have been tasked to look at something on the moon or on Mars. And I would say the vast majority of those remote viewers, we're talking tens of thousands of them now, they've, I've got huge amounts of cases from many of them. In the vast majority of cases, they describe man-made structures on both Mars and the moon. On Mars, it generally centers around several pyramid-type structures. And in fact, not too long ago, I released a project on that as well, a few weeks back, where I sent some remote viewers to the very same coordinates that Joe McMoneagle was given in the 70s to look at, and they got the exact same information of pyramid structures abandoned on Mars. But on the moon, yeah, absolutely. On the dark side of the moon, there seem to be man-made structures. At least one very large man-made structure facility, which is staffed by non-humans. Seems to have been. I mean, the whole subject of the moon is a very interesting one. It seems to be a very strategically placed structure that is perfectly timed that it only ever shows one side of its face to us on Earth, which is a very interesting coincidence. Not, but yeah, there's tons of material out there from remote viewers that have seen man-made structures and life forms on the moon, and these remote viewing sessions go back 50 years now.
And real quick, when you say non-human, do you know if they are Nordics or reptilians or some other kind?
Personally, myself, no, I haven't gone into that. I'm very. I follow the hidden instructions to the letter usually when I'm given a target. So generally, when I'm given targets to look at things on the moon, it's like, here's the weird looking structure, describe the structure and what it was used for, kind of thing, which I go into great depth. And I haven't on the ones I've looked at the moon yet gone off and investigated the actual life forms that are using it. So I would have to refer to what other remote viewers have got on that. I don't have any personal information on that one.
Thank you. Direct, did you want to do a follow-up?
Yeah. Okay. I don't go into this very often, but I will for this occasion. So, in a different modality, not remote viewing, in that group I mentioned earlier, working with telepaths, a group of us were assigned to look at the moon from the angle. Is there any connection from there to us? And this gets complicated, but Pat Price talks about it, and there's other ideas out there that it's possible that Earth people are being monitored from there. Okay. So take this as it is. I have no problem being called crazy. So I'll just tell it like it happened. So I got a tasking with a group of others to check this. And sure enough, the first thing that popped into my mind was a human, and they were in, I don't know how to put this, but like a little something like, you remember what was that Jodie Foster movie?
Oh, like where she's in the box, that like the safe room?
Well, no, like the little bubble. It was a movie where
Contact.
Contact, yes. Okay. So the best description I can give you is that this person was in such a thing, and they absolutely were using technology enhanced telepathy. And they were very surprised and a little bit grim about me being able to perceive them. So as I worked through the effort to kind of, talk over the fence and say, hey, whoops, here I am, just kind of, and so the only things I was able to get is that this person was on what amounted to a rotation, like a military rotation. And one of their objectives was to prevent telepaths from penetrating the moon. And interestingly enough, Ingo's book, original book was called Penetration. So they were not happy about being there. They were more in a state of duress than anything, and that, in fact, which will sound very strange again, they were an Earth human, and that was their duty assignment, and that went into some very interesting experience where ultimately what happened was the person was trying very hard not to give anything away. And in that process, it was fear of their supervisors knowing that basically they had engaged, and a person, supervisor, came online. And then once those reports were submitted by myself and the others, our data was so similar, like in remote viewing. Now, correspondence, isn't proof and all that other stuff. I understand that. But when you get trained people coming back with similar enough results, it adds a little credibility to it. So that's something I talk about very little because it's just absurd. But I have no doubt whatsoever that the moon is occupied, and it might be occupied itself by different factions. So I'll post a session that Ingo did called Moon Reconnaissance Phase 2 in 1999. He went back to the moon, engaged a female human who was in charge, and wanted to find out how and why he got kicked out way back in 1975 when he did the famous one called Penetration. And it's 28 pages. It was done over 2 days with a monitor, Bob Durant, that he and Bob has passed, but he had trained Bob as a civilian in all 6 stages of CRV. So Bob was the monitor. The session starts out CRV, but it ends up literally being a telepathic dialogue. The backstory to that is this: right at the end or toward the end of the sessions, he told Bob, his monitor, and they seemed perfectly sweet. Well, in Ingo's archives, I found 3 subjective sessions, solo sessions he was doing. And he, at that point, a year and like 2 years later, he was trying to get those moon telepaths off his back. They were affecting him psychically and physically. Those I won't put up. That session format's a little hard to describe, but I will post the Moon Reconnaissance Phase 2. You can look at it, and I can say my experience corresponded almost exactly to Ingo's. So I'll leave it there, and I'll post that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Direct. And thank you for also posting all of this great information. You guys, if you're interested, up in the pill or down in the pill, as a comment, Direct has been posting a lot of important information from both he and Daz. I'd like to get to Ursula and then Darren. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience with my questions.
Thank you, Sarah. I would like to ask about the orbs phenomenon. Do you think that because girls, I see these orbs on a regular basis, and I'm always curious as to what they could possibly be. Could they be us, like from the future? Could they be humans that don't need the physical form anymore? I mean, then you said something about that we are innate shy when we go back into the afterlife. And is that one and the same then? Could they be, is that, are those two the same thing? Us going back into the afterlife and being innate shy?
Okay, I am not a fan of From the Future, and that doesn't mean it isn't true. That's just a line I don't pursue. But the notion that we ourselves are not our bodies indicates that we're something other than our bodies. So, like I said before, it's more like the driver of the car. And what I have found in various explorations is that human beings, I'm going to emphasize the being aspect of it, have come from what we call astral realms. They have come from other physical planets and ended up here for various reasons. The primary reason in the people I worked with through their memory recalls of their purpose line, if you will, or mission for being here was generally described as to be assistance to Earth. And that's very, very ordinary people who came up with that, were shocked and, amazed at even having a recall of that type of thing. So if Earth is sending out vibrations of, terrible shit and bad feelings out into the cosmic neighborhood, that could be like the kids down the block that are partying at 4 a.m, and you finally like, what the hell is going on? And you go down to check it out. So I am a firm believer that many of us, probably people sitting right here in this room, had an origination from some other realm or planet, or if you want to use the term dimension, that's fine too. And the distress coming off of this planet, think of it, billions of people have been throwing up billions of prayers asking for help for centuries and probably longer. And there is an aspect to this place, um, besides just the physical beauty, the complexity of life, the enjoyment of each other, the tangible sensations we can have via a body. Beside that, we all kind of know there's a shit show also going on. When you wars, crimes, that kind of stuff. So if that signal of distress, like let's just say it's like a SOS being sent out, it appears that beings are responding, and we might be one of those beings ourselves. I know that isn't a direct answer to your question, but that's what came when you asked it.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. I did get some questions from J Just. Is it okay if I ask those questions, Sarah?
Oh, yes, sure. I
Okay.
really quick, you'll ask those questions. We'll go to Darren, and then Buddy has his hand up, and then UAP1 just joined the stage.
Okay. Jay just asked if they've targeted the extraterrestrial intent for being here, and that's the first question. And she said the second question is, do they share a sense of threat that Lou and the others seem to be alluding to?
Daz, do you, excuse me, do you want to go first this time?
Yeah, I can do. On the intent, I don't think I've been directly tasked that in RV sessions, but I have in RV sessions tried to question the intent whilst I'm there at times. It does seem to be very clinical what they're doing. So they are, it does seem to be very science clinical based and very long term. Almost, I've said this before. They described it as they're tending a garden, and we are the flowers in the garden or the products of the garden. That's how they kind of see us. Yeah, and I know people don't like it when we talk like this, but they kind of see us like we would probably see our farm animals in a way. Now, I'm not saying they're saying that because they're eating us or anything, but that seems to be the level of respect that we're at with these beings. Why? I don't know what the long-term plan is. That would be a great remote viewing project, but I haven't seen anything on that yet.
Thank you. Direct, did you have anything to follow up with, or should we go to Darren?
I would just ask, Ursula, are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, yeah. There's just when you see these things, you have so many questions as you're seeing them, and there's a sense of wonderment and awe, like when I've never felt anything bad from them. So my my thinking is they could, could it be even ourselves, like, because when you see things, you question what you're seeing, right? I mean, so that's, I'm still curious. I have a lot of, questions about everything all the time because I'm experiencing it at the same time. And sometimes I think it might be overwhelming for some. And so, just being maybe like a lifelong experiencer, we're trying to make sense of everything that's happening to us. So thank
Right,
you.
and that makes sense, and let me assure you, we are in the exact same boat with an endless list of questions. I think only J-Dress could exceed us with her list of questions, said with much love. So no, we're all there. These, for me, are personal experiences which prove nothing, opinions which are worth, what they're worth, and attempts to just, put something out there for consideration. So I'm with you, and with that, um, Sarah.
Yes, thanks, Direct. Darren, and then Buddy, and then UAP1.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, I think this has definitely been one of my most enjoyable spaces. This has just been like just amazing having Daz direct and Buddy, and just the way how you guys have all complemented each other. It's the dynamics of spaces when I sit back and just observe. It's just like they're all so different, but this has definitely been one that I'm gonna remember. So thank you guys. My question is just about the 100th monkey effect. We spoke about that, and I guess essentially it alludes to there being a collective consciousness, or to be more astute with the implication and interconnected web of consciousness where we are all connected to. Now, Daz spoke about the suppression of psychic functioning, and I guess this is a question to all three of you, yeah? do you see, like, with the popularity of the telepathy tapes? I mean, there was that guy you brought it up today. I'm surprised more of us haven't really kind of gone into that, right? Do you see, with the popularity of the telepathy tapes, that more of the collective is being activated? And do you see, like, their psychic abilities coming more online? And I say that because I just feel like there's something happening here. And as you guys are, all connected with your psychic functioning, and now all of a sudden everyone's speaking about psychic functioning, how is that going to impact the collective of humanity when it comes to their psychic gifts? Whoever wants to take that first.
I'll go ahead. I don't know if Daz has read The 100th Monkey. Yeah, I'm going to say this is a hopeful statement. I believe so. If you picture, we hear this talk about the cloud, regarding the internet. All right, and it's got all this data and blah 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 blah. So something like that, if all of us are synchronized with the same intention, which is to see everybody free, everybody out from unwanted influences, that cloud should grow every member that joins it. And so I think the spread of that and the interest that's being generated in these conversations in general, in the disclosure movement, etc., I hope that it does tickle and activate people who are on the verge of becoming aware of themselves as a much greater being, to get active and move into it. And if that field, cloud, whatever you want to call it, were to grow to a certain point, then we could break out of this interference. And Ingo was very, very specific about the interference and how intense it is. So rather than go into opposition with these entities, like, oh, I'm going to psychically overpower you. No, just keep growing the positive. It's just like the sun just keeps shining until the clouds burn off. And we're not going to go into conflict. We're not going to go into battle, but we will prevail by virtue of our good intentions, not just for ourselves, but for all beings. And to me, that's the key. And that's going to be the breakout.
Hi there. Yeah, if I can add something, that great question and great answer, by the way. My thoughts. I personally don't believe we're becoming more psychic. We've heard for many decades about the age of Aquarius. We're coming into the age of Aquarius. Everyone's becoming more psychic, more aware, more spiritual. I don't believe that's happening. But what I do believe is happening is that technology is allowing the flow of information to be so much more faster and so much more immediate around the world that is helping. Like when I first started getting into remote viewing in the 90s, there was one book. There was no websites, no videos, no manuals, no papers, no RV sessions anywhere. So you couldn't see any examples. Now you can just go anywhere, like we are today. We're talking about the subject. You can go anywhere on the internet and you can find thousands and thousands of hours and tens of thousands of pages of information on the subject. So I think that the flow of information is allowing human knowledge to accept the reality. And the more we accept the reality, because as I said earlier, we are so powerful. Human beings are so powerful. We have so much potential within each and every one of us. We are gods. We can travel the universe. We can create things out of nothing. Human creativity and artistic ability is just absolutely amazing. There's so much we can do with our imaginations. We can go anywhere in time and space. And I think we're starting, more of us are now starting to believe that. And the more we believe it, and the more we make it reality. Yeah, it's a bit like the Matrix.
Let me follow up with you on that one then, Daz, because you was the person in this space that literally said about the suppression of our psychic ability. So I wasn't saying about people becoming more psychic. I was saying I used the word activated, and you're right. I think the internet, there's got so much flow of information, and I think it's definitely assisted in my awakening just having that information. So do you think that with this information, even though, like you say, there's this oppression of the psychic abilities happening, do you think that we're going to surpass that and people are going to still become more psychic or are becoming more psychic?
Yes, but yes, with the flow of information and with everyone's personal intent in reality, once you start to believe, it's a bit like the Matrix. Once you believe, you make it so. Most of the control, though, I mean, don't get me wrong, I do believe there probably is some ET-based control mechanisms in place to hinder us from some of them, not all of them. So I think that's in place, but a lot of these the psychic control methods that have been in place are what society have imposed on us for many decades, that we're just trying to break the shackles of. Hopefully one day we will. Religion, for example, that puts huge shackles on psychic development, and essentially it was the skeptics and the religious people within government that really brought the Stargate remote viewing program down. They gave it huge problems over the decades. So I do think we will break the chains of those. I think that is happening on a global basis, and maybe even speeding up as technology speeds up and we get information faster. I think the progress will speed up with it.
Sarah, good. I didn't catch you in the middle of a sentence. Can I say something that will I'll go right directly to an answer for Darren.
Oh yeah, of course, go.
Okay, so Darren, Ingo Swann had a concept that he called the equalizer, which was like a trickle down from NHI that would wish us to remain ignorant of our true nature into society, into education. So he called it the equalizer in a broad sense. So it accounts for what Daz says. Now, specifically in an article for Fate magazine, he wrote in their special abduction issue. I'll read you 4 things that he said, and I think it will get right to the point you're asking about. Okay. So the first one is, and tell me if this doesn't sound familiar after spending some time in spaces. All right. We Earthlings have surrounded this dreadful activity with cultural avoidance, scientific skepticism, giggles, argumentation, divisive speculation among UFO researchers, wholesale media debunking, and apparently with deliberate government disinformation. There is nothing wholesome about ET activity or about our confused response to it. Number 2, it is possible to deduce that the reason psychic research is resisted and debunked in our societies may originate with them and not us. Number 3, the ETs would stand completely revealed before human psychic penetration measures. They know this, but the evidence suggests that they work to keep humans from developing psychic penetration powers. And then finally, number 4, come on, people. We're being kidnapped and genetically farmed, and the next abductees may be you or your children. We need to penetrate the ET scenario before it is too late. This is no longer a matter of parapsychologists, debunkers, skeptics, scientists, media slapstick, and so on. We need to go to work psychically, no matter who we are.
Wow, thanks for that, Direct. I was just wondering if Buddy had any response, and then I'll pass it back to Sarah.
Thank you so much, brother. I have a bunch of different thoughts. One is I would suggest to people starting this adventure and starting to explore their own abilities to wait on the ET issue for one good reason, and that is if you establish your accuracy beforehand, you can get a general sense on unverifiable targets. So if you establish your accuracy on verifiable targets, then it's better to move on to the unverifiable targets. I think aside from the collective consciousness or everything is connected to everything, thoughts behind the 100th monkey, I think there's also mundane explanations which we should take into effect, although I think both happened. And then this brings me to orbs, the orbs question. And there's some interesting thoughts on this. I'll bring up this other aspect first. UFOs in multi-phenomenal locations share at least a few very weirdly unique characteristics. They both share mirroring, which is copying the other. UFOs blink lights back to people on the shore, or the craft mirrored flavors movements. Also precognition. The craft went to their waypoint. Many phenomenal locations talk about there seems to be precognition of us testing them somehow. And then also, of course, the hitchhiker effect happens with both. What else mirrors you, is precognizant of you, and can follow you home? And that's you. Your consciousness is deeply involved in this topic because it's advanced physics, it's advanced science, and phenomena throughout history has really reflected emerging new sciences, you know, Einstein's Brownian motion discoveries and so on. So here's where it gets really weird about the orbs and stuff. There's, I believe, many different causes, exotic vacuum objects, plasma, surrounding craft, data as energy perhaps. But a really interesting one is discovered when you go deep into this PK displayer phenomena, Hutchison and many others. If a convergence of rare features comes together, a very high intelligence, under tremendous stress, no release of stress, and more factors, certain things seem to repeat themselves. Imagine being in a bomber, B-52 bomber in World War II, tremendous stress in this, you know, ball turret underneath, poof, a exotic vacuum object, energy, raw, just energy, not formed yet from the conscious mind, just raw from the subconscious. Hutchison said that his first stuff was just orbs of energy, and to stay away from them because they emitted gamma radiation. So think of other incidents where there have been orbs. Fatima, when the orbs danced in the sky, very belief-oriented kids and followers together expecting a event. I think around nukes, you got guys in bunkers with their finger on the apocalypse, and they're under tremendous stress. There's been a lot of orb sightings and admittedly, of course, a lot of craft sightings around bases. So I think aside from just being some sort of separate entity, orbs are multi-dimensional, multi-different origins, and I definitely believe, as you do, that humans can cause them under the right rare conditions.
Wow, thank you, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. Let's get over to UAP1. UAP1, welcome.
Hi, thanks. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Yeah, so I did catch Daz's remote viewing session of the alien interview with Richard Dolan. And just a question on that. Has Daz ever seen or experienced, or anybody else in the panel, have you ever kind of experienced another situation where you saw an NHI like in captivity? Maybe the NHI in captivity is being recorded. Those kinds of situations, you know, what was that like if you did experience that? And have you ever remote viewed a crash retrieval like the Magenta case? That's up.
Yeah. Aliens in captivity. Several years ago, and this is live on YouTube, so people can have a look at this. I did a project for Farsight and Courtney Brown, and I was blindly tasked with Area 51. I did in some of the roomed facilities underground there pick up on alien cadavers in various states of use, and some of those were actually, or some of the parts of the non-humans were actually being weaponized. with I think viruses and that and that kind of technology. The only captive non-human I sensed there was a spherical, spherical UFO type object that was in some kind of containment room. So an orb or something, I would say, a sphere several feet across that was a sentient AI. And I was talking about this quite a few years before we were, all using AIs. It was a captured sentient AI that was actually within the sphere, that I dialogued with for a while. But it was kept prisoner, and it was waiting to find a way to escape. But it knew that the people that were holding it didn't know that it was a sentient AI. They didn't know what they had. But yeah, essentially within this sphere, this metallic sphere was a sentient AI waiting to escape. That's the only, I think, the only times that I have within remote viewing encountered that kind of thing.
Wow.
Yes, I'm gonna wow that one as well. UAP1, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just I mean, in terms of the Magenta crash, has anybody ever been tasked on remote viewing that one, or one, a crash, let's say pre-Roswell, something like that, that's not necessarily one of the big crashes, but obviously it's in the news lately.
I'm sorry, Daz, go ahead.
Oh, all right, I'll go first if that's okay. The earliest one for myself would be the Tunguska event, which I detailed was a craft that was purposely, it knew it was going to hit the atmosphere or the planet, so it was purposely self-destructed. I think that was 1904 or something on that one. So that would be my earliest one. And then the only other one, I think, crash event on the planet that I've been tasked against would be the Roswell one.
Yeah, and to answer your question from my point of view, I have never been tasked specifically on any UFO incident. I did have two esoteric targets, both of which I really can't go into much detail about just due to privacy, and one being an NDA. But no, in sessions, I've never encountered an orb, but I did have one, and I've only had one undeniable, unquestionable, certain UAP sighting in real life. And what that was it did not have a physical outline or shape that I could see. It was the whitest, purest light that I've ever seen. It was orb or spherical, and it literally folded into space in a very, very remote mountain area. So had it been a helicopter, like a Forest Service helicopter or anything, it would have rumbled through the valleys where I was. And so I was like, whoa. And then I watched it for like 2 minutes. And then I said, you know what? F it. And I turned my truck around and I drove right at it. And when I got about a quarter mile away, it folded out of space. There's no other way to describe it. It was silent and utterly motionless the entire time. But it wasn't a defined orb shape either. And I would guess that whatever it was about 40 feet across. And the only really interesting psychological aspect of that, besides being disappointed when it vanished, was the fact that this entire time, which I estimate to be about 7 minutes, I had $2,500 worth of camera equipment sitting right next to me. In fact, touching my leg in my truck, and not one time. And I was the guy that, like, if I'm driving down the road and see a raccoon, I'd pull over and get pictures of the raccoon or a squirrel. Like, everything got photographed. And that entire event, it never once occurred to me to grab my camera. So that story is what it's worth. But that's the only orb type thing in this field of UAP.
Thank you. So real quick, I just want to check with Direct and Daz. Are you guys good to go for a little while longer? I have a question. Experience just got here. Will and Jay just have their hands up. I just want to check in. Do Urs, Darren, everybody good?
Yep. Daz, what is your overtime rate?
I'm
we
okay.
don't-
I'm just laying in bed, so I'm fine.
Okay, we don't want to overcharge Sarah, but Sarah, I'm fine. I allotted extra time.
You guys will be getting your checks tomorrow.
Yeah.
Via coin.
But thank you to you, Urs, and Darren for hanging in there with us. But if the interest is strong, which it appears to be, you're the boss.
Yeah, fantastic. Great. Because I've got another question, but I'm gonna hold on to that for a minute because we've got some hands. Experience just joined the panel since he's a fresh voice. I'd love to hear what he has to say, and then we'll move over to Will and Jay Just.
Yo, peace. Sorry, I came a little late. I've been traveling all day, so I'm all settled now. And I listening to the last 10, 15 minutes. So my question to you, Direct and Daz, I know operationally, when the Stargate program was going, I think both Morehouse and Buchanan and maybe some of the other guys said that at certain points when they were remote viewing, they encountered some kind of resistance, um, whether that be another remote viewer or some kind of NHI that blocked or pushed them away out of their remote viewing session. Curious if you encountered anything similar during your, uh, your treks and remote viewing. If you encountered any kind of resistance or something that kind of pushed you out of what you were remote viewing.
Um, okay, for me, it's a yes. Now, the two esoteric targets that I just mentioned, both, there is no doubt that there was an attempt in the first one to push out a team of us. And that was very interesting. And one person ended up with some very bad side effects. I would have,
So the whole team got pushed out of the
there
session?
was an effort to. So there were 5. 4 of us got what is best described as like a false, like some kind of overlay on the actual target. And I mentioned it briefly earlier. Um, we all tuned into this concept of a monastery. And when I was doing that, all of a sudden I got like a vice on my temples, and I don't normally get headaches, and this was crushing. And my monitor, again, a Stargate trained remote viewer, or Ingo Swann trained remote viewer, a member of Stargate, said, okay, and took me through again the process of calming down and getting refocused. Now, as soon as I went back to the session, poof, it was a wildly technological site with some sort of presence. And I made it so far and then ended the session. And there was feedback with this session. And my sketches were spot on to what the target was. Okay. Now, another viewer who's a much better viewer than myself got further in, and their experience, I won't go into it, but their experience was very, very unpleasant for having gotten as far into the situation as they did. Now, I did another solo session that I'm under NDA for, but I will tell you the being on the other end of that target was aware of me, and I had headaches, dizziness, nausea, like a terrible feeling of dread projected on me, and I ended up stepping away from that session. And again, that one had feedback, and my sketches and peripheral data were spot on. So that's my experience. It happened twice, and I have zero doubt on the second one. There was a sentient being on the other end who was aware of me remote viewing.
Damn, nice. Thanks, Daz.
Yeah. To add to that, I've had weirdly probably 2 experiences as well, and one of them might actually be on the same one of the same targets that Direct worked, if my recollection is correct on that. And me and another viewer worked that target independently of Direct, for a different tasker and everything. And when we first attempted it, we were directed off, and then we had to do some configuration to get us back on target. The second one, and both mine were both highly esoteric targets. I've never had an experience like this on a, what I would call a standard like target. But the second one, I also had some kind of blocking mechanism. And I use what we call a movement command within remote viewing, because in remote viewing, in the later stage, we can move ourselves around target because we're in control. You can like put in brackets, and I will now move above the target, or I'll now move inside the structure and describe it, and so on. I knew that I was being blocked, so I gave myself a movement command of, if the block didn't exist, what would I see? And weirdly, that worked, and the block instantly went, and I managed to see what the target was, which was a highly esoteric target. So just a simple movement command got me past that. But yeah, 2 times light direct.
Wow, very interesting. One last follow up, if I could, guys. I feel like remote viewing, as far as maybe popularity or interest, has increased here in the last maybe few years, and now with how Puthoff going on Rogan talking about it, it's probably going to be even more interest. Have you guys seen the uptick in the interest in this? I've always been fascinated with it since the '90s. I was introduced to it through David Morehouse's book, Psychic Warrior, and I've always kind of looked into it. And I'm actually cool with David Morehouse. I speak with him every so often. But it's something that I feel like is a question or a skill that I believe we all have and can essentially develop and use it as a tool, maybe, um, to add to, I don't know, clarifying history. And I know some of the remote viewing targets that were done in Stargate was more operational, more intelligence gathering and stuff like that. But I feel like that was just such a niche thing that the military was doing, that you could use this skill for so much more. But have you seen the popularity or the interest increase in the last, maybe year or two?
Absolutely. And, this space right here is a perfect example. So the interest is very, very high. There are a lot of projects that have been done on archaeology history. I did one that actually ended up on Gaia TV. That was an archaeological project, and that again falls in the category both Daz and I mentioned earlier. The past seems very, again, easy is not the best word, but in this context I'll use it. The past is very easy. It's like it's sitting there. The present is also the same, and sometimes because of um, is it live or is it Memorex? In other words, is it recorded the past? Okay. But the present time is like live, and it has what Dad's called luminosity or high entropy. It's when you get into the future that it seems, the efficacy deteriorates, especially the further out you get. So there are a lot of people doing historical projects, and then that becomes, let's say someone says, okay, I remote view before evolution even started or something. Okay, we're gonna have problems with feedback. But when you get correspondence, or you have, like Buddy mentioned earlier, if you have primary interest and you're just starting training, don't go playing with some of these things. Do what Buddy said and get your track record established. Get good feedback on ordinary sessions so you know what good data feels like. And once you're at a stable point, then you can do a little more exploration. And then, speaking of Buddy, oh, there he is. Good, he came back up as a speaker. I wonder what happened. So with that said, Daz.
Yeah, I've definitely seen an increase. And the increase is great because, for the last 9 years now, it's allowed me and several of the people I work with as a team to be full-time employed remote viewers. So that is essentially my job, and the team of people I work with. And that wouldn't have been, that definitely wouldn't have been doable before 9 years ago. And as you said, we're using RV in many different ways now. We work the occasional mysteries project, within my group I'm talking about here. But we're essentially information brokers. So we supply information to our subscribers on things like stock markets, S&P 500, gold, silver markets. What company is going to be doing in the future, where future technologies, people like Elon Musk, and we look at things like cryptos and stuff. And we also do lots of predictive work as well. What's going to happen in 5 years. On a social level, what's going to happen in 5 years on a financial level, that kind of stuff. So we sell RV information, and we wouldn't be able to do that if RV wasn't, and psychic ability wasn't, coming to a front and taking a kind of a center stage now.
Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Buddy, did you have anything you wanted to add to what Direct and Daz were putting out there? I'm not sure he can hear me. Let's just go to Will and then Jay Just.
What was it? Someone was asking about having contact with NHI as far as remote viewers are concerned, like physical contact, like in the presence of. Did I catch that right? Was that question asked of any of the remote viewers?
I'm not sure. Direct, do you remember that?
Can you rephrase the question, please, Will?
Was the question asked of any of the remote viewers in the room if they've actually been in the presence of a non-human, like in a secure setting, like a skiff?
Okay, yeah, your mic, so is very, very quiet. That's why I had to ask for clarification. During remote viewing, no, never had anything that I would describe. Okay, but I, going off on the topic of abduction, yes, I have been face to face with a physical being, and that wasn't so pleasant. So I'll just leave that there because that just opens up a big ass can of worms.
Oh, all right. The 6 or 7 at least that I had seen in a skiff were alive and well. Overall, I've been in the presence of 23 individual ones, and I've seen the same one at least twice. Once here in Syracuse and the other at Fort Sill. I can't really talk about the Fort Sill incident, but the one I had seen, well, not the one I had seen, but the same one that I had seen in Syracuse and at Fort Sill was alive and well both times. At some point after I had seen him the first time, he had gotten roughed up because he had left the door open, and there were 15 or so individuals in that room, and half of them were NHI. At least 5 or 6 of them. Have Never mind. I'm sorry. I've just got a lot going on right now.
No worries. Thank you, Will. Jay Just, please go ahead.
Okay, so we talked about like remote viewing and targets. What about like where the actual like where the ability actually comes from? Because I was taught that it is your reptilian brain, basically your survival brain, that this stems from. And I remember as a child, and I'm sure a lot of us do, being able to pick up on vibes and being able to like sense things and knowing things all the time, especially if you're a child in precarious situation. and there's a threat. There's some sort of threat. So, and as I get older, I feel like that closed, like that sense of knowing kind of closed. And I'm wondering, like, is it that the most vulnerable the organism is, that it just becomes this crazy antenna to protect it? Um, and as we have other abilities as adults to protect ourselves and talk and, express ourselves, that those things kind of get pushed out of the way as adults, because I don't feel that same connection that I did to the universe that I did then, if that makes any sense.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. So let's just consider this. So in remote viewing, there's what appears to be a tripart nature to a human. We see this reflected in spirit, soul, body. There's Trinitarian expressions throughout numerous religions. So let's just say there's you, there's me, the being. This aspect of us, which is actually us, Sarah referred to earlier as knowing. There is a valid perceptual mechanism called knowing, knowingness, however you want to phrase it. You just, boom, you know it. And that can be verified. So as a being, we have, so think of this phrase, my soul. So that's a possessive term, my. So if the soul, mental energy body, astral body, spirit body, whatever you want to call it, let's say that that's our ethereal or our subtle body. And then in the chain of command from being to the being's primary vehicle, the subtle body, then we have this third aspect, which is a physical body. So remote viewing attempts to incorporate the physical body because it's networked biologically to an incredible information system, which we could effectively call the entire biosphere. And so we call that gut feeling. Science is now saying we have a second brain in our gut. Yogis have been saying in our chakra system, the second or third chakra area is where the intelligence of our body resides. So that's one data source. Now, on the next level, the subtle level, the astral level, that what we call astral body contains the mind in the same way the physical body contains the brain. So it's an as above, so below kind of idea. So when you're remote viewing, you're the operator of the system. What you're controlling is this astral body. Now the astral body can bilocate. It is located in time space, but it can bilocate, it can trilocate. You can spread points of view of your own in multiple locations, and this is well known throughout history. The physical body is located, it doesn't split, you don't bilocate it, but like I say, it's networked, just like animals, when they know something is watching them or this, that, and the other. You have all three. So when you're the remote viewer, it's you the being. You the being are non-local and thus also not placed in time space. You're prior to time space. And that's what they mean by non-local awareness. And then you have this semi-localized aspect in astral body that can bilocate, and then you have this physical body networked. So the optimum condition is to have those three things functioning. So as a final analogy, just to make something complicated a little less complicated, hopefully, think of yourself right now. You're and I am the operator of whatever device we're using, and that device has a software, and that device has a hardware. So you're a young person with a smartphone, and I'm an old guy with a big clunky box and a monitor on my desk, but it's the same system. So think of you as the operator of the computer, think of your astral body as the software, and then think of your physical body as the box or the device you're holding. And I hope that came across with at least some.
Well, aren't we all like data points, like, and all connected to whatever source is? We're just data points of source.
I don't.
And
I'm going to stop there for just a second.
mhm.
Okay, I reject it. Okay, I'm not just a data point. All right. So what you're talking about, that aspect, everybody said, "Oh, we're one." Russell Targ had a wonderful phrase, and that's because of his Buddhist affiliation. It's called undifferentiated awareness. Then you have consciousness, which is obviously differentiated because you're there and I'm here. And then in between, we have this field of energy that we have our astral bodies in. And by virtue of the fact we're in a field together, there's a sense of connectedness, which is actual. So again, it would be three different things. So what sources? I wish I could tell you. I would be selling books like mad. So I believe source, you can't say what it isn't, and you can't say what source is. Either one. It's just something at this point that appears to be beyond, making little sounds about it. Um, so the data point thing, I understand what people are saying. It's like source has split itself into multi blah 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 blah, and that could be the case. Okay, I don't know. I'm not there yet. That's for sure. But do consider that you, as a 100% unique being, are non-local. You have this great software tool that can travel what they call astral projecting. You can put it anywhere. You can create 2 points of view at the same time. And then you have this amazing hardware system that's plugged into this network. So try to just analogize it like that and play with it. Obviously, this one I don't know the answer to, but I'm just trying to put a model out there that you can test.
Well, you're talking about the soul. I'm talking about just like as a universe, as like just the whole. We're all the universe experiencing itself, I believe.
Yeah,
That's just
yeah,
my
and
own
and
belief.
that could be
Yeah.
100% correct. But I am literally not at an experiential level where I know any of that firsthand. Like you,
Yeah, and I
yeah,
don't either, but
right.
I'm
Unlike
just
you,
assuming.
I'm
Yeah.
just creating models to try to make some sense of it, to navigate, and then hopefully at some point experientially. And this is the one thing that I've always wanted to say to you, so I'm going to take advantage of it here, is you ask incredibly good questions and you ask very, very big questions. It's that drive, it's that go back to seek and you shall find. But the thing is, even if I did know, let's just say I met God 10 minutes ago and I know everything. If I rattle off about that, yeah, I met him at Starbucks this morning. If I rattle off about that or her to you, all you're going to get is thoughts about God. That's not going to be a direct experience. You're going to create a set of mental images to represent what I've said. And when you get that thought system, that can actually preclude your own direct experience. Because now I've gone on and on about it, and you've created a duplicate of what I was saying. And now you're going to be looking at thoughts about, but not having. So the thing that I think in the end is going to perplex you, as it does me, is there's only one being that can know what you want to know, and that's you. And
Well, that's an interesting thing you brought up, Direct, because one of my targets that I did do, and I can't substantiate this, or like one of the weirder targets I did do was Guardian Angel. And I definitely felt like I was in the room with myself. And I definitely felt like it was me. So take that for whatever
and,
that
and
data.
no, and very interestingly, okay, that is a description that comes out very frequently. And a lot of people say that other is our quote unquote higher self. What if you are your higher self, but by being associated with a mental energy body for so long, you think, or you have misidentified, or I have misidentified myself as that body instead of understanding it's mine. In other words, I am above it.
I mean consciousness.
Well, the consciousness or the processor of information, the software, the astral body that contains the mind is processing. What can happen is we can get so attached to it, even to our physical body, that we misidentify. So if you are identified with your mental energy body and then experiencing information other than that, in other words, the knowingness, that's just you listening to you in a roundabout way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of
So if
course.
you were able to
Yes.
back away from the physical body enough, back away from the astral body enough, there you are. And that then is probably, from what yogis and things have said, that's the opportunity to decide to know source. And that's the thing. It doesn't matter how many people explain it to us. It's something each of us has to do. And like I say, oh, I wish I knew source. But at the same time, I'm scared of knowing source, because what if that's the end of me and blah, 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 blah. So I realize I both want to and don't want to experience source, because it could be too much. So I'm working up the nerve to do it. And you're seeking, you're wanting to know. That's the way it's going to happen, but only you can experience it.
Thank you. We're gonna real quick. I just want to say we have a couple of hands. Thank you, Jess. That was actually really beautiful and really insightful to just myself. You have me sitting here thinking about myself and what because I do understand what Jess is coming from, and then up. It's like what you're saying. It's all very hard to analyze so quickly in this space. Going to need some time and thought after this. But we do have two other hands new to the space. We have Last and Melted. Please go ahead, Last.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me up. It was a really good conversation. I really enjoyed what you guys had to say, and my thoughts on remote viewing are pretty crazy. But I was curious, have you guys ever remote viewed the Grand Canyon? And in your remote views in the Grand Canyon, did you happen to run into any reptiles? Because that's something that initially, like I was just in a meditation, and I was focused on the Grand Canyon, and I ended up being remote viewed by a lizard or like a reptoid. And it was a really weird feeling. And it's something that I've only ever experienced this one time. So I can't really say a lot about it. But I was just curious if you guys have ever remote viewed the Grand Canyon at all.
I never have. So Daz?
I did, as part of a project for my company, Future Forecasting Group. Oh, when was it? It must have been about 8 years ago. So I'm a bit hazy on the details of it. I'm not sure if we picked up on the reptilian stuff, but we did pick up on this is going to sound strange, very strange structural stuff, which looked like it might have been like ancient Egypt type stuff. I remember that. I don't remember an awful lot about it, I'm afraid. It's one of the hazy ones that in the back of my mind, because I've done tens of thousands since then. Sorry.
Did you have a follow-up, Last?
No, it was just something that I've only ever experienced, like that one time. So I just thought it just piqued my curiosity when people were asking if anyone ever experienced like an alien, like in the remote view, and I definitely had experienced it, and I thought it was weird because I wasn't looking for the experience; it just kind of happened. But then I looked back to see who was looking at me, and I could tell that it was like the first thing I seen was the eye, and then as the face expanded from there, I could tell that it was a lizard of some sort, and a humanoid lizard.
Thank you. Well, thank you for sharing, and thank you for your question. So we're going to go
Could
to.
I butt in quickly on the Grand Canyon?
Well, hello, David, and welcome to the
Hello.
space.
Thank you. I have remote viewed it, and it was one of the most nuts ones I've ever done. I did it for the Cypher podcast a couple of years ago, and our tasking was the most interesting archaeological site in the Grand Canyon. So we don't know exactly where we were. We were just sent wherever's most interesting. And the data we got was so esoteric and far out that I felt a little bit reticent to publish it because it was just absolutely crazy, the stuff that we had. There was interdimensional beings and portals. There was some ancient Egypt stuff as well. It was absolutely crazy. You can find that episode of the Cypher podcast on YouTube somewhere if you look around.
Wow, thank you. I think we need a trip to the Grand Canyon, guys.
Don't go there. There is
Okay,
a thing there which
we will
is
not
there to
go.
protect dangerous stuff. Don't go there. I suggest you don't remote view it. You're liable to have a hitchhiker effect. We did. I did it with Brett Stewart. We were the viewers. We were blind. Both of us had stuff hang around and come back with us. And then Emily, our tasker, every time she went to edit the podcast, she would, I mean, she didn't review it, obviously, she was the tasker, she wasn't blind, but she kind of was psychically connected to it. And she would get a headache every time she went in to edit it. Like, it didn't want to be seen and known and interfered with. There's an alleged, like, there's this conspiracy theory about some guy taking a trip there and finding all this stuff, and then the Smithsonian came and covered it up, and there's no
It's not a
record of this guy
conspiracy.
existing.
It's not a conspiracy. It was in the newspaper.
Yeah,
Out
I
there.
read the newspaper clipping, right? And in there, he says, "Oh, we're going in the caves," and it's like, "Oh, it's so dark, and it's got snakes in there," and it's like, "What? Didn't you went in the cave and you didn't have a light? Couldn't you just go in?" And the way it's described is really spooky. I mean, who knows if this is true, but it just gave me the thought that maybe the protection that is there was working, on the people physically who are present, as well as on us as remote viewers. But just when it reminded me the mention of lizards, that these guys were scared of the snakes that were in there. But perhaps
Thank
that's
you.
reading too much into it.
Honestly, thank you. Thank you for this. We are surrounded by remote viewers are coming out of the woodwork. This is amazing. Honestly, thank you. Going to Melted. Melted, do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks for having me up, Sarah. And what's up, Daz and Direct? This is a question for both of you guys, obviously. Out of all the years of sessions you guys have done, what's your personal favorites and why?
Oh boy, that's a good one. My personal favorite goes back to when I was learning. I'd just taken Ed Dame's course, and then I was in the process of taking his master's DVD training. And I had two people, one who's now my wife, and then another friend for many, many years, who were interested in remote viewing. And so every Thursday night, we would give each other targets. Now, both of them were really super good, and I was not so super good. And it was very frustrating for me, to say the least. So they had created a target envelope for me, and I had built a little remote viewing booth in my house, and it was my turn to go in. So I do this session. So I'm doing this session, and I'm smelling the gas fumes of the cars below me. I'm on top of like a skyscraper. It feels like New York. I'm writing all this down, but this bizarre thing kept happening where it was like an airplane, and then somebody wanted to jump out of the airplane. There was all kinds of this going on, but I could hear, like, not hear like I did this other thing I told you about, but there was the feeling of car rumbling and beeping and that kind of thing. And so I'm like, yes, I got it. This is just so, there's no way this isn't, accurate. So I go, and I can't wait to open the envelope. The envelope was a picture of the Florida Everglades, perfectly glass still water with like one flamingo. And I'm just like, fuck, I was so mad. So I decided I'm going to go outside and get some fresh air, have a cigarette, and try to forget the pain. And so I'm walking by, and so the way my little booth was set up, and then there was like a little 3-foot cupboard space. And on the other side of it, it was actually a single wide trailer, and on the other side of that was the couch that they were sitting on, waiting for me to do my session. So I'm, fixing to storm out, and I look, and they're both reading. And all of a sudden, I don't even know why I asked. I looked, I said, "Are either one of you reading about New York City by any chance?" And the person that's my wife now was like, "Yeah, yeah, that's what I was reading about." And she was reading one of Robert Monroe's trilogies, where he was having this away from body experience, where he needed to get to a meeting in New York, but he was running late. He was flying his plane. Um, Thought about landing on top of a building. Then the dream would reset. Then he thought about parachuting, and he kept having this reset in this dream over until he resolved the problem. And I'm like, what? Let me see that. I literally had 2 to 4 words strung together, exact sentences from the book. I drew a sketch actually that had the empennage or tail section of the aircraft very accurately to this vintage aircraft that he owned, and all of the New York stuff. So that just mystified me. So now, in retrospect, and having learned more along the way, well, where was my interest? It was the young woman sitting on my couch reading, and that's where my attention went. And so she's silently reading this, and she even said she had to read it a couple times over during my session to really fully get the grasp of what was going on. So here she is, heavily focused on this. Here I am, apparently heavily focused on her. And I still have that session. That to me is one of the most interesting and unusual things that's ever happened during the session. So there's mine.
Great experience. I like that story. Mine's probably not so interesting. And in fact, it was actually tasked to me by David, who was talking just now about the one that he was on about the experience. And it was a project that David ran as a tasker, and it was, why don't remote viewers win the lottery? Because we can RV the inside of a baked bean can, but there's not a single talented remote viewer that's ever been able to win millions on the lottery. So it was to try to find out the origins of that. And I found, as I was going through the process of describing why and following this chain of how intuition works and how it comes into the brain, but following it back from the brain out into space, out into this big void in the universe, I think I encountered some kind of hard to put into words, some kind of supernatural, all-knowing, godlike being, and I touched the consciousness of that being, and that was a unique, amazing experience.
What do you mean? Can you dive a bit deeper into that? How did that manifest? Did you see the being? Was it just a psychic experience, or was it just an intuitive experience? Though?
I mean, if anyone's interested, I have a YouTube channel called Remote Viewed, and the actual me describing the remote viewing session is actually on that, so you'll be able to see my remote viewing session and me go through it in
What
depth.
is that session called then? What is that session called so I can look for it?
It's called, I think it's titled, "Why Don't Remote Viewers Win the Lottery?"
Okay.
Yeah. All I can say is I followed I knew I was describing a process of how intuitive information came into the human subconscious and brain. So then I followed that back out, and it ended up going out into, as I said, into the depths of space, to a super dark, super tightly condensed, really, really tight code, ultra black space. I don't know what that was. Maybe a wormhole or something like that. And then, actually, within that wormhole type area, there was this on there wasn't a physical being, but because it was everywhere and everything. There was this all-knowing, sentient, amazing life form. And if I was a religious person, the only word I could put to it would be God. Yeah, that's all. But that was my most amazing experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Daz. Thank you, Direct, for sharing that. I want to, Direct, if it's okay, I have a question for you. I think we're going to wind down the space after this, if that's okay with you guys. We have been going for almost 4 hours, which is pretty amazing. But I also want to say that I'm going to call this part one. I think Urs and Darren and I are on the same boat when we say how amazing this is to be in the presence of, Direct and Daz and Buddy and also David. Welcome. To be able to sit here and hold this space for, this afternoon that I've had with you guys has been unbelievable. I'm gonna have to re-listen and take notes, but we're not done just yet. Kraft has a great question because it's about Scientology. Direct. I'll let you know that, but I think it's great because it's gonna it'll just like help clear up, I think, some things. So I am going to ask the question is, according to Ron Pandolfi, how Puthoff was behind the Operation Snow White by the Church of Scientology. He says he's looked at the court documents where 11 leaders of the said operation were found guilty. And he's looked into the FBI files related to the operation of Snow White, and Hal's name never appears in either, even once. As far as he can tell, there is absolutely no evidence Hal was involved in this operation in any way, shape, or form. His question is, had you ever heard such an accusation, rumor about Hal in the past? And secondly, any ideas or speculation as to why Pandolfi would make such a claim?
Okay, once again, Kraft has designed a very elegant question. But before we do, so I don't forget, I want to say something real quick. There is a young woman on the panel here, or not on the panel, but in the group named Margie. Margie is applying herself intensely to learning remote viewing, seeking out data, taking correction. And while she's learning, she's also helping other people learn. And so anybody that's interested, Margie's holding spaces that sometimes involve me, another highly trained remote viewer, unknown RV, and then another TRV trained remote viewer named Morgan. So anybody that's interested, follow Margie, and then when she announces her live spaces, people can at least get an introduction, get a feel for how it works, and interact there. Okay, so there, I've said that. Now to Kraft's question, I've looked into that. I heard somebody make that accusation, and here's what I have to say. I think that the fact you didn't find Hal's name makes perfect sense. Operation Snow White, and now, so you know, I'm refreshing myself looking at Wikipedia. So this took place during the 70s. Starting in 72, Hal was full-time consumed at SRI, developing remote viewing with some pressure on him. A team, Ingo has indicated, was as large as 500 people, and doing reports, trying to appease the intelligence agencies, raise funds to keep the program going. So if I look at this Operation Snow White, it was a series of infiltrations into 136 government agencies, church members in more than 30 countries, with up to 5,000 covert agents. So if Hal were doing what he was doing at SRI and running that kind of operation, I want to find out what kind of vitamins he's taking. So I, with you, don't think that's valid. Now, as to why Ron Pandolfi might do that, I don't know him. I've heard of him. I've read just bits and pieces, so I couldn't speculate on why that was. But I think you made a good catch there.
Oh man, I had my speaker thing on the whole time, but thank you, Direct. That was great. actually. I'm glad that you cleared that up. I love hearing that from your perspective. So real quick, before we end, I just want to hit everybody, make sure if there's any last thoughts that you have, Buddy, Daz, and then Direct, and then Darren and Urs. Can you hear
Thank you
me?
so much.
Okay.
Thanks so much. About the Pandolfi question and the central figures, both Ron and Kit Green were both directorates of the Science and Technology Division of the Central Intelligence Agency. And they have a long history of involvement in this topic, meaning UFOs and abilities. And from more than just a tiny casual bit of experience with these guys. And they are deeply fascinated by the topic. And if they are, that's something. On another level, about Ron specifically, that he's a contrarian. So if he likes and respects someone, he'll say that they're a terrible thing. And people that are incompetent and not good, there's a long history of this. He will say that's a great person. That's a, and so you could understand the motivation for that kind of situation. These people are trying to protect us as best they can. I don't know all the details about all these guys' stuff, but it seems if you work for the Central Intelligence Agency, you have to be willing to do the dirtiest kind of work possible. And the fact that they're still very focused on experiencers and phenomena and abilities, it tells you something big time right there. So love you guys.
Yeah, and like I say, I don't know him, but that would literally that kind of operation, and Scientology did. They had a first class intelligence service, the Guardian's office. It would have been run by those people. And Daz and I both had the privilege of reading some letters between L. Ron Hubbard and Ingo that mentioned various things, Pat and how, and there was nothing. And of course, if there were covert and weird dark letters, they obviously may have been taken out of the collection. But everything that I've read and Daz has read indicates that they were communicating back and forth, and that Hubbard was wishing them well with their progress at SRI. They were giving information back. Maybe Pat gave more than the others, and I wasn't privy to those. But in terms of actually seeing quite a number of letters, there was just nothing of the caliber of I'm running a 5,000 person, 30 country operation to invade 136. None of that was going on. And then Darren, for you in the space and in the comments, I found Daz's YouTube. Why don't remote viewers always win the lottery? So you can go directly to the link there.
Thanks, Dorrit.
So yes, any last thoughts, Daz, and then Indirect?
Yeah, just the last thought for me is please try this yourself, guys. We all have intuitive ability. Listen to your gut feelings. Never ignore your gut feelings. That's the most important part of everything. As I said, try this yourself. We can all do it. We've been doing this kind of stuff for decades now. Ufology has only just recently woken up to this, but as I said, we've been playing with this stuff for 50 years now. We have a good track record, tens of thousands of remote viewing sessions, hundreds of thousands of pages of data that I can point you to. Tons of books, thousands of scientific papers. It's truly real. Try it yourself, and you'll be amazed at what you can do.
Yeah, my final statement is like this. Being in the company of Daz and Buddy, and just the general quality of the people, Sarah coming up with this idea, Urs and Darren supporting her, seeing Science Bob, Rocky, elections, Margie. This is like, there hasn't been one argument, one raised voice, one foul spirit. This is the way we do it. I am so grateful to be here, and thank everybody.
Darren and then Urs. Do you guys have anything last?
What about Buddy? Let me just sort out my earpiece. See if Buddy's got any final thoughts, and then I'll come in after Buddy.
I think there's a lot of great things to take out of this space. If you didn't know already, we're all connected. And also, my little final thought about the ultimate good nature of humans. I think one of the reasons why we don't all win the lottery is because there's some aspect of our subconscious that is really good. And it kind of prevents you from truly getting to your subconscious and truly accessing its abilities. So your good side is like, I shouldn't win $1 million. That's not right. Same reason why we instinctually don't do the wrong thing and find others who do, like jaw-dropping and uncomprehendable. So I think we're ultimately really good, most of us. And that's a beautiful thing, knowing we're all connected in like a universal sculpture. We're not separate from the universe. We're part of the tapestry. And that's so, that's just my supposition, of course. But it's refreshing and feels good.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, so my final thoughts is it's been such an enjoyable space. I am a bit tired because it's like 2 a.m. my time, but I probably could have gone on for another hour. But I really want to respect these guys' times because I'm just like, there's been a lot of questions and stuff like that. There's something that Direct said in terms of the quality, no foul play, no raised voices. It's so true, and trust me, like on X, and I think you guys know in the UFO community that there can be a lot of drama, and I just feel like the topic, the people, the host. Do you know what I mean? There was just all these different things that came together for this space, and that's why I was saying to Sarah, if you need me to, I think she should be the host, and if me and Urs come and do it again, we should just continue and invite Daz and Direct and Buddy, and because what I saw today is asking the questions and you guys all answered. You had so much information, so much wisdom, so much knowledge. It was, I feel like I'm now annoyed when I sometimes see Daz come into my spaces. I didn't really ask him the questions because there's all these other people wanting to talk. Do you know what I mean? So I just feel like this needs to be a space where we give them that opportunity to just share what they've experienced from that remote viewing perspective. It's been such an experience, this space has been, and I would love to do it again very soon. So yeah, I'll end there. Great space.
Urs, do you have any last
Yes,
words?
yes. I just want to say thank you, Sarah, for having this awesome space. Like the time just passed so fast. Wow, I didn't even know it was like close to 4 hours. I would like to say, that, just being in a space, and usually I feel a bit anxious when I'm in a space, in some other big spaces, and this one I felt no anxiety whatsoever. And I'm wondering if it's because of like Direct and Daz and how and Buddy, how they made the atmosphere. It's like just sitting in a room full of friends, and there's like some comfort in there. I don't know how to explain it. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you to everyone that came in this space. And I had so much fun in asking a lot of questions. I think we all have a lot of questions, and you guys were so kind and patient when we all asked these questions. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. I want to say that too. I want to say thank you to Urs and Darren for co-hosting. I was last minute. Actually, this was totally last minute. I should start off by saying thank you to Hal Puthoff for sitting down with Joe Rogan on Thursday and spiking this train of thought that made me reach out to Direct on Thursday night, actually. And then we sort of last minute put this together. So thank you very much, Direct, for wanting to do this, for wanting to sit down and really like dig into this. I feel like we've only touched the surface. Daz, thank you so much for joining us, and Buddy for joining us today on the stage. And JJus, thank you for your questions. You ask great questions. You ask the questions that many people are thinking, and sometimes that I'm not even knowing I'm thinking. And also Darren and Urs, I do appreciate you both being here. Thank you to the listeners. Science Bob, it's always great to see you. Fringe, All Things, Dan, Zelda, Fear, you guys. this is, I just want to say that the next couple of weeks are going to be rough. This past week has been a rough week. I don't know if it's been a rough week for you, but it's definitely been a rough week for me. The past 24 hours 48 hours, I would say, have been really rough. Just with information coming in from all over regarding the state of disclosure itself within politics, as well as here in our community. So just stay strong, stay tight with those you are friends with, and you trust, and we'll get through this together. And I will speak with Direct and Daz and Urs and Darren and Buddy, and we'll see if we can get a part 2 going sometime soon, because I think that it's needed. So thank you guys so much for joining us today, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you.